Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hey guys, what's going on? Sorry it took long. It was supposed to start at 6 o'clock, but then I get a text message from Comcast. Um, they were doing a maintenance in our neighborhood for Xfinity, so they were saying that there was going to be some technical difficulties. So I had to wait. I had to wait until whenever they got done because I wasn't connected to the internet, so I had to wait. I was able to get on with my phone. Yeah, Comcast. Hey, what's up, Colin? What's up? What's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you? K Dot says, let's see. Do you think Final Fantasy VII Remake hurts the original? I think Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, especially if it doesn't end too well, it's going to just make people run back and appreciate the OG even more. Because they already separated the OG. They keep saying, people keep saying, like I said in your comment, I answered your comment a few minutes ago, and I was saying that you always hear people say, if you don't like the remake, just go back and play the original. So, and the developers also said that the original will always exist. So what's up, Scott? What's up, Cold? What's up, Phoenix? What's up, Akuma? And what's up, Raph? Yeah, so the OG will always be around. And it's clear that they don't want to like replace the original, and the trilogy is going to be its own thing. Pretty much. Like I said before, a remake is supposed to be the definitive experience for said IP or series or book or whatever that's being remade. Like I said, if you wasn't in my stream yesterday or last night, I said that Resident Evil 1 Remake was a perfect example of being the definitive experience for Resident Evil 1. No one would ever go tell you go back and play the PS1. No one would ever go back and tell you play the PS1 Resident Evil. The only people that I see that plays the PS1 Resident Evil are people who are speedrunning the game. A lot of speedrunners play that game. So that's the only reason I would see people go back and play that. But no one would ever go back and tell you to go back and play the PS1 if you don't like the remake to Resident Evil 1, because that is the definitive experience. Final Fantasy trilogy that we have going on is not the definitive experience at all. This is a completely different game. It's a reimagine of the original game. That would never replace the original. It would never replace the original. So the sad part about it is people like me wanted the game, the original remake story, but in today's current, gen technology. And I would have loved for Final Fantasy Remake to be the definitive experience for Final Fantasy VII in general. But that's not the case here. It's definitely not. Because, like I said, this trilogy is telling a completely different story, different tone, different themes. You can't say that this is the definitive because it's not taken after the original game at all. It's telling something completely different. So it's not the definitive. You can't say that that's the definitive way to play Final Fantasy VII. You can't say that. Because it's not. What's going on here in Final Fantasy VII Remake in its trilogy is not only changing things, it's adding things, it's incorporating other elements from other media, other forms of media that Final Fantasy VII has expanded on. Because you got the compilation. You also got the novels. They got characters from the novels in the game. You got characters from the mobile games in Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. So yeah, so it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt it. Oh, what's up, Vernon? What's up? What's up, everybody? We gonna start this in a second. What's up, Buster? Yo, what's up? What's up, Nate? What's up, Forrest Gardner? Exactly. Forrest Gardner, he knows the deal. So yeah, we're gonna do this tier list. We're gonna get this thing started. I think this is gonna be fun. I think this is gonna be fun because while I do this, I also want to hear some of your favorites as well. So we're gonna be doing this tier list. I think this is gonna be fun. How I labeled this list. These are my favorite games, but they're broken into 4 categories, which is life-changing experience, and then never judge a game by its cover. never judge a game by its cover. Grown to love over time, which means that at first I wasn't a big fan of the game, or I was iffy on the game, but after playing it over time or returning to the game over time, it became my favorite game. And then guilty pleasure, meaning that the game is actually bad, but I like it so much it's one of my favorite games. So that's how we're gonna do it here. Oh, no problem, K Dot, no problem. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah. Thanks. Yeah, my birthday was yesterday. Oh, good luck, Vernon. Good luck, bro. So this is what we're going. This is how we're gonna do this. Let's get this started. So first up, we got Um, what we got here is Rocket Knight Adventure. Rocket Knight Adventure. And when I say with Rocket Knight Adventure, I would say for me, this right here was a life-changing experience for me. Rocket Knight Adventure was because when I remember, and I think I was in second grade when this game released on Sega Genesis. And back then, man, you always had the I call them mascot characters. Like these are platformers, these are mascots, like Sonic, like Mario, Crash Bandicoot and stuff like that. These are all platformers, Bubsy and stuff like that. So when it came to Rocket Knight Adventure, and by the time Rocket Knight Adventure released, I was more so playing my SNES more than my Sega after over time. And I remember when I walked into Electronic Boutique, or was it Toys R Us, with my dad, and I remember they had on the kiosk, and I remember seeing Rocket Knight Adventure. Cause I remember seeing in the Game Pro magazine the box art, but I'm like, I'm not, like the character. He's a possum, right? Yeah, I believe he's a possum. Yeah, a possum in armor and the sword. I'm like, I don't know. But man, when I saw the gameplay in the kiosk at Toys R Us, man, I instantly fell in love. I was hooked. I said, "Yo, Dad, I want this game on my birthday." So my dad ended up buying Rocket Knight Adventure for me on my birthday, and for it to be especially a Sega game, man, that platforming, not only the platforming, the visuals, and the fact is that the game was really, really challenging because you not only have to watch out, and for like in time your jumps, you're also able to hold the button down to charge up your rocket pack. So your rocket pack allows you to fly to hard to reach areas, and if you touch the corner or touch the walls, you're able to ricochet off the walls. So that also when you fort bosses where you in closed corners and whatever, you're able to ricochet off the wall and bounce, and you're able to time or you have to time your position in order to attack enemy weaknesses and boss weaknesses and stuff like that. And the game was hardcore. When I say this game was hard as fuck, it was hard as fuck. And this is one of those games to where I would stay up all night trying to master this damn game. I was in school thinking about it and everything because I'm like, yo, this game is rough as hell, and it tests your patience, and it tested everything that you had when it came to platforming. So this was like a platforming game, life-changing experience for me. I love Rocket Knight Adventure, and I was hoping to actually get a sequel, but then they released the SNES version, which was like a sequel to it, but it was nowhere as fun and was nowhere as good as the Sega Genesis version. The Sega Genesis version of Rocket Knight Adventure was way better than the SNES version. SNES was a totally different game. Hated it. And then they I guess you would say, they did a new sequel that came out for the Xbox 360 arcade, and it was in like 2.5D, and that wasn't really as good. It wasn't as fun as well. So we still haven't got a proper reboot or remake, or we still haven't gotten a proper Rocket Knight Adventure that will ever live up to the Sega Genesis version of the game. Yup. So yeah, Respark. Yup. 2024. Thanks for mentioning this game. I've never heard of Rocket Knight Adventure before. Apparently, there's going to be a collection with this game for modern platforms. Yeah, I saw that. It's funny that you said that. My brothers mentioned that to me. But yeah, so I'm definitely going to pick it up for the collection. I'm definitely going to pick it up. I'm going to probably play just only the Sega version of the game, because the Sega version was the superior version, had the better music and everything. But yeah, Rocket Knight Adventure, definitely look into it. It's a really, really good game. And then, of course, still one of my favorite platformers, and this was a life-changing experience for me. Tiny Toons Adventures for the Sega Genesis. Now, to let you guys know, the first console I've ever played was the NES, which was The Legend of Zelda. I grew up off The Legend of Zelda. That's why I have a personal connection with Link and Zelda and Ganon. I grew up with Legend of Zelda, but my first console, personally, that my parents, my mom and dad had bought for me was the Sega Genesis. And one of the games besides Sonic the Hedgehog was Tiny Toons Adventure. Also, with this tier list, you know, there's no set order of what's great or, you know, greater or whatever like that. I'm just putting them in the categories. So no matter if whatever's in the front doesn't mean it's better than the other. It's just, I'm just putting them there as I go. So Tiny Toons Adventure was a hard as fuck platformer. And the thing about Tiny Toons Adventure, I was in kindergarten when this game came out. And this game was super challenging. And this was the first time I was introduced to a password system. Because as a kid, I didn't know what a password was. So every time I died in the game, I would always start right back to the very beginning and try to get back to that point. Which also made me a better platformer. But I didn't know what a password word was. Because every time you get game over, you would see Bookworm from Tiny Toons Adventure. And then you would see him with the glasses. And you see this notebook with this thing called a password. I didn't know what it was. So I remember my dad came home from work. My mom was a stay home mom. So my mom came downstairs and my mom saw me frustrated and my dad came in and I was frustrated because I'm like, I have to start all over again. I lost all my lives and I had to start all over again. And I remember my mom and dad said, no, son, like there's a password system. I'm like, password? What does that mean? I didn't understand. So mom and dad sat down with me. And I love back then. We had the living room, we had the television, had the console on the floor, and I used to, you know, sit on the floor. So mom and dad was to sit on the floor with me, and they said this is called a password. So mom grabbed a piece of paper or whatever like that, and dad was like, you know, reading out the password so mom can write it. So this when dad took me to the password option on the title. And he says, son, this is where you put the password in, and you'll be able to pick up where you left off. Once I was like, wow. Like I said, I was in kindergarten at this time, so I didn't know nothing about that. But that game was so damn challenging. That also tested your patience, your timing with platforming. And also, it was one of those games back then to where licensed IP, when games, like, because today, when you base a game after most licensed IP, they're more so like shovelware. They're more so like cash, like cash, you know, like cash grabs. But back then, licensed IPs that were actual video games back in the day, they were actually video games. They were actually fun, especially like the Disney games and stuff like that. No, it was no different with Tiny Toons Adventure. That game was fun as hell, challenging as hell. And I was also a fan of the cartoon because I grew up watching Tiny Toons Adventures as well. So this complemented the television show. And I remember once my parents taught me the password system and how it worked, that's how I was able to finish the game. Because like I said before, every time I died, and it had so many levels in that game. So many levels. But every time I died, I used to start over. And I got better and better, but it used to be frustrating as a little kid in kindergarten at the time. But I love Tiny Toons Adventures, man. Really, really loved it. Yeah, licensed games was the truth back in the day. That's crazy. I played that too. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, see, Nate, no. So one game on the list is Uniracers. Is awesome, but very rare because there was bullshit lawsuit they lost. Mega Man introduced me to the password probably. All right. So next we got yeah. So the next game that we got here is Last Bronx. Last Bronx was a fight. It was a 3D fighter on the Sega Saturn. Another life-changing experience for me is because when I played Last Bronx, it was one of those games that you look at the box art and you say, okay, it looks interesting or whatever like that. But what Last Bronx did, it was like a mixture between Virtual Fighter and Soul Calibur. It was a weapon-based fighter. And it was made by Sega at the time. And I remember when my dad had bought the game, he bought it home, and I remember when he first popped the game in, and the game opens up with an anime opening. And now back then there wasn't really a lot of games that had anime openings. So right then and there, at this nice 90s hip hop, Japanese hip hop theme song called Jaggy Love. I end up downloading the song. And matter of fact, this is what we're gonna do. So you guys understand why I love this game. So we're gonna go to YouTube real quick. We're gonna go to the intro to Fighting Vipers. Not Fighting Vipers, I meant Last Bronx. The Last Bronx trailer. It was on Sega Saturn, guys. Sega Saturn. This is, and when you this is the song. This is the intro to it. When you soon you turn on the Sega Saturn and pop the game in, you are introduced to this song. I love the hell out of this song. So I'm gonna start it up. Let me check, make sure all the audios are set right and everything. This was my game. My game. This is 90s, guys. The music and everything. This is my jam, though. And this is the first time I was introduced to Japanese hip hop at the time, back in the 90s. But man, the game was awesome, man. And I remember I used to put countless of hours into playing the game. And I remember my cousins came over, my friends came over, and I remember my mom and dad had ordered pizza and wings, and we were all in the back room, in the game room, and had the Sega Saturn booted up, and we would play for hours. We would play Last Bronx for hours. Love that game, man. Love it. Loved it. Could you link this intro? I love it. Oh, you want the intro? Yeah. I would have to. Let me see, because I'm using a different chat window and stuff like that. So hold up, you gotta bear with me. I'll put the link in there in a second. Give me a second. The name of the song is called Jaggy Love by D Secrets. That's what I think. That's the name. It's called Jaggy Love. Or you just type in Last Bronx Jaggy Love, and you'll get the full song. The song is like 4 minutes long, but I'll post the link to the intro. Last Bronx. And it was 90s hip hop, Japanese hip hop. Loved it. I grew up off yo, man. If you didn't grow up in the 90s, man, you were missing out on gaming. That was gaming at its core. All right, so I'm posting the link to the intro video. Yeah, I had Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. I should have put that on there. That was a guilty pleasure. That definitely was a guilty pleasure. But yeah, there's the link to the intro to Last Bronx. That was a good. And the name of the song is called Jaggy Love. I'll put that in the chat. It's called Jaggy Love. And it's a really good song. Really, really good song. Alright, so next. This one right here. Alright, first we're going to do Battletoads. Super Battletoads. Life-changing experience. This was another game that I got on my birthday. My godfather had bought this for me for the SNES, and this was the first time I've ever seen Battletoads. I didn't know what it was. I remember my godfather came to the house. It was my birthday. Everybody was at the house, and everybody was putting gifts on the table. And I remember I blew out the candles. And my godfather came over with this bag, and I went to open it. I didn't know what it was. I opened it. I tore the wrapping off, and there was Super Battletoads. I did not know what the hell I was about to get myself into when I played this game. It was a 2-player beat 'em up, and the first thing when I first saw the cover, I thought of Ninja Turtles or whatever. I said this is like a generic Ninja Turtles game or something, but they still looked at badass. Like the toads looked at like really, really rad. So it was a 2-player, and me and my brother Keo, like we always played multiplayer games together, especially when it came to beat 'em ups and co-ops back in the day. And this is the early 90s, remind you. And I popped it in my Super Nintendo, booted it up, and when I say that game was hard as shit, but what I loved about Battletoads, it did something different than what most beat 'em ups, because it had a wacky zaniness to it. But the Battletoads, when they fight and they do finishers, their hands and their feet would turn to inanimate objects. Like when what's his name, Pimple, the brown toad, when he finishes you off, he does this thing I call it the Timberland boots. His foot would turn to like a Timberland boot, and he would kick you off. He would kick the enemy off the stage. And then you had a Rash. His foot would turn into like a dual bladed axe, and it was very challenging because each level, it wasn't just a beat 'em up. Like the first level is a beat 'em up, and then the second level is like it turns to like a 2D side scroller shoot 'em up, like you on these flying platforms and stuff. And then the third stage, you're on like a motorcycle, a hover bike, going through these different challenges. Like every stage was doing something different, but it was a beat 'em up game. It was zany, and me and my brother Keo never beat the game. We never beat it. That game was challenging. We could never get past the motorbike part. And then as time will progress, and once we finally got past the motorbike level, we were low on lives and continues, so we could never get past the level after the motorbike level because we lose so many lives on the motorbike part. For a perfect example, I'll show it to you. Super Battletoads. This game was hard as hell, and you know Microsoft had bought Rare, so they got the rights to it, and they fucked it up. They fucked Battletoads up, and then of course they censored it because the female villain, she was like this hot, sexy, dominatrix chick. And then once Microsoft got a hold of it, they neutered her. This was the game, man. And then it's three brothers. They're 3 toads, but one of them get kidnapped along with the chick. So the other 2 brothers gotta save. They gotta save the other brother, and they gotta save the chick. And this game right here, man. This game was fun. The Timberland boots. Yeah, this game was challenging as fuck. And it was a 2-player. It was a 2-player beat 'em up. And the bosses was ridiculous. And then over time, you get better and better. You start to understand how to fight the enemies and when they spawn onto the field and stuff like that. All right, and here's the villain right. Let me see. Yeah, here she is. This is the villain right here. Well, once Microsoft got a hold of this game, they nerfed her. Like they just removed all the sexiness and everything. Microsoft just fucked it up. This is stage 2. Stage 2 completely different from what you played in the previous stage. And this stage was hard because you had to do shit like this. It tested your patience in everything. What's up, Jeremy? What's going on? What's going on? What's up, Johnny Bravo? What's up? What's up, Mad Jay? What's up? What's up, Nova? Yeah, this game was hard, bro. This game was hard. And then you had the bonus. Then you had this stage. You had this stage. This stage was hard. Every stage was different. It was just crazy stupid. And then this the stage I'm talking about right here, the motorbike. This stage, and platforms will appear. They would just appear just out of thin air. And then the thing is, it starts off slow, then and it gets so fast you can't even see it. Like, dude, as a kid, this used to frustrate me and my brother Pio. See, it starts off like manageable, and we could never get past the stage. It felt like the stage always it lasts forever. And then they released the arcade version of Battletoads later. And the arcade version, the arcade game, which was a different story, better graphics, everything was dope. I'm about to get to that in a second. Yeah, this developed your brain. This was gaming in the 90s. Kids today don't know shit about gaming. This challenged you as a kid. Look at this. Watch how ridiculous this gets. You have to pay attention to the pattern of when the pillars will show up. And then it gets faster and faster. And as a kid, man, I would always get close to the end and just die. Look at this. Look at this. And your eyes start hurting and shit. Look at this. Look at that. That used to kill me. But yeah, then we're not done yet. Now, this next game right here is never judge a book by its cover. And this game is Battletoads and Double Dragons. This was the first time I've ever seen a crossover. Now, I love Double Dragon, but the thing is, I never understood crossovers when I was young, because I take crossovers literal. Like, for instance, X-Men versus Street Fighter. Now we know in real life, Street Fighter not fucking with X-Men in real life. So back in the day, I couldn't wrap my head around crossover, because that doesn't make sense. Because I'm trying to put logic into it. So when I was young and I saw Battletoads and Double Dragons crossing over, I said, this shit is stupid. It don't make sense. But I judged it, and I shouldn't have done that. And it ended up becoming one of my favorite games. So I'll just show you this. Battletoads and Double Dragons. My cousin Zion, Miles, he had it. And this game was freaking zany. Zany as hell. Let me see. Let's do multiplayer. The zaniness to this game just had me. Yeah, when I was young,
what does it mean to feel inspired?
I never beat Double Dragons and Battletoads because I never had a copy of the game. It was my cousin's. Every time he came to the house, he would bring it to the house. But you was able to play as both the Double Dragons and the Battletoads together. I'm trying to look for it. Let me see if I can actually find a playthrough that had like these niggas. Like, there we go. So the Double Dragons and the Battletoads joined forces. So you fighting both the Battletoads villains and the Double Dragons villains. And this game was fun as hell. Beat 'em ups for a long time. Beat 'em ups took over. Beat 'em ups was the go-to games back in the 90s. And it's so sad that the genre haven't really picked up mainstream wise. Don't get me wrong, because there's a lot of indie developers out there that's still doing beat 'em ups. It's a shame that a lot of people, all they do is digest mainstream stuff, so they don't know that there's, other games that's out there, especially in the indie space. But beat 'em ups used to rule gaming back in the day, because this is the arcade era. The arcade era, people were still going into the arcades, and the whole goal of game design a long time ago, game design philosophies back in the day, the goal was to try to get you to spend as many quarters as possible. So that's why when you play Sega Genesis games, Super Nintendo games, even NES games, those games were hard and difficult, very hard and very difficult, was because it was back during the arcade era. To get you to replay the game over and over again, and if you were in the arcade, is to get you to spend as many quarters as possible. And remember, blockbusters was a thing. So what happened was, Nintendo and many game companies back in the day, they knew once consoles came out, people weren't going to the arcades like they used to, especially in the United States. I mean, Japan and Europe, people were still going to the arcades, but in the United States, people weren't going to the arcades like that once consoles came out. So what happened was, once blockbusters came out, blockbusters was a problem. It became a problem for developers. Why? Why would I say microtransactions became a problem for game developers is because now you can rent a game, go home, and if you beat the game, you have no reason to buy the game. So what developers had to do, especially perfect example what Capcom did with the Lion King game, they purposely made Lion King difficult, very, very difficult on purpose at a certain point. Because if you was to rent the game or whatever, there was no way you was going to beat it as a kid. So you either was going to re-rent the game, or you was going to ask your parents, can they buy the game for you? That was the whole philosophy behind game design back in the day when it came to designing these games. But once arcades start to fade out, they had to change the philosophies by, making games with save points, making games much longer, giving the games plots, storylines, character development, and stuff like that, because they had to change the philosophy because you spend more time in front of your console, and plus, no one is going to pay, $40 for a game just for the game to be done within 1 hour. So they had to change their philosophy. So that's just to give you a little history of why games were difficult back in the day. You said the audio's a bit louder. Oh, my fault. Damn, I thought to turn it back down. Let me. Did y'all hear what I hope y'all heard. Did y'all hear anything I said? Yeah, microtransactions. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. Microtransactions, the modern day arcade. What's up, Osmond? A really good YouTuber. You should chat. Good thoughts, arcade. Electronic Underground. Yeah, I know who he is. I saw like 1 or 2 of his videos. To watch his videos, I love how he break down stuff. But to watch his videos, like, I need popcorn and everything, because this dude, his videos are long and they're very interesting. So I know who Electric Underground is. I saw like 2 of his videos. Yup. Okay. Cool. So yeah, Double Dragons and Battletoads was dope. Now, this one right here. This one was grown to love over time. The game is called Peacekeepers. Now, the Japanese version is called something else, and they're pretty much putting out, now they're bringing back this series now. They're bringing back the series this year. I can't remember the actual Japanese title for it, but in the United States it was called Peacekeepers. It was a beat-em-up game. Now, I would say grown to love over time is because this is another birthday gift of mine. I forgot what I was in 2nd grade with this one. And I remember I was at my grandparents' house, and my mom and dad was getting off of work, and he was coming around to pick us up from grandma and grandpa's house, and it was my birthday that day. So my auntie came over, my aunt Nikki came over, and she bought me a game. I was like, oh, she's like, hey nephew, I got you something. So I remember and at the time I was hoping it was Bart's Nightmare. I really wanted that game for Super NES, so I was hoping that it was Bart's Nightmare. When I opened it up, it was Peacekeepers, and it looked so fucking generic, the box art and everything. And I looked at it, I was like, yay. I didn't know what the hell it was. So to show you Peacekeepers, if it was like a generic, for me it was like a generic, and guess what, I'll explain that in a second, but
Easter is coming up
this
fast
game
this year, which means
was like a generic Streets of Rage to me, but for the SNES. And this is the game right here. And my aunt bought it for me for the Super Nintendo, and I took it home, I opened it up, and I was not feeling the game at first. I was not feeling the game. And what made the game unique was it had branching paths. It had branching paths depending on what you did. It directed you in a different direction in the story, which I thought that was pretty innovative, especially for a beat 'em up back in the day. But as a kid playing this game, I was not feeling it at all. Especially, I think it more so has and it had a storyline to it as well. Especially for the fact was I really wanted Bart's Nightmare. Yeah, Rival Turf. It's called. I had the original Rival Turf too. What's up, Junk? What's up? Yeah, Fighting Rage. I have that for Steam as well. But yeah, this was the game. And it had a multiplayer mode, a 4-player mode as well. It had a 4-player mode on the SNES. If you had the multi-tap, which I did, and it was a 4-player versus mode. But yeah, this was the game right here, and it had multiple different characters, different paths that you can take. And what happened was I disliked the game, but over time, as I started playing it and started understanding what the game was try to do, and what it was trying to say to the players, over time as I started playing it, it ended up becoming one of my favorite beat 'em ups of all time. One of my favorite, and I couldn't stop playing it. The characters look generic as hell and everything, but over time, Owl, that's the black guy name. His name is Owl. But this was the game me and Keo used to play. And then when I went to my uncle's house, I had the multi-tap, so we used to play the 4-player versus mode and stuff like that. The arena mode. But yeah, this was the game. So yeah, I judged it based on the box art and everything. But as I got a chance to play it over time, I have grown to love it. I have grown to love it over time. Yo, what's up, Abstract? Alright, so the next thing we're going to talk about is Scarlet Nexus. Scarlet Nexus is another life-changing game for me and experiences, because with Scarlet Nexus, I didn't know what to think of it. I remember when they first showed the trailer, I said, oh, it's one of those anime, games. It looks interesting. I didn't even know it was an action RPG. I didn't even know it was an action RPG at all. I just knew it was, I just saw it, I thought it was just an action game. But it had that anime aesthetic to it. And it looked interesting, and I remember when they first promoted it, they was promoting it for the Xbox Series X when they was promoting it. So I was like, man, this was a game that I said, yo, I would like to get this for my Xbox Series X. And that was the main thing that really pushed me to actually buy it, was to have a game for my Xbox Series X, because it was dying for a game. So I didn't bother to watch any trailers. The game looked weird, the monsters and everything, but it had that anime aesthetic, and it was coming out for Xbox. And I was like, you know what? I'll give the game a try. I didn't want to see no more of it, so I didn't even know it was an action RPG. So what happened was, we were going to the movies. We went to the Nishanami Mall, and I can't remember what movie was out during the time Scarlet Nexus released. But I remember we went to the movies at the mall, and then before our movie started, we had like an hour before the movie started, so we walked around the mall. I was with my brothers. It was all the guys. It was a guys' day. So all the guys, we was out. My father, my cousins, and all of us, Keo, my brother, and all of them. We were all out that day. So we went to the mall. While we was waiting for an hour for our movie, we walked around the mall, and I ran to GameStop because Scarlet Nexus was coming out. So I was like, yo, let me go to the GameStop at the mall in Nishanami and see if they have Scarlet Nexus. So when I got there, all they had was the PS5 version. The Series X versions was sold out. I couldn't find it. So what happened was, they called another GameStop that they had farther down the mall, and they said luckily they had one more copy of the Series X. So I ran down to the other GameStop on the other end of the mall and picked it up. Now here's the funny part. I bought Scarlet Nexus, right? I didn't play it until a year and a half later. It stayed in the plastic. It stayed in the box. It was just another game that was part of my backlog. Never touched it. Never played it. So my brothers, DX Strike and Keel Lancer, they bought it for the PlayStation 5. So they already finished the game. They finished the game already. They said, yo, man, it's a good game and stuff. So I was like, yeah, when I get around to it, I'll play it. Now, the reason why I say it's a life-changing experience for me is because when I finally decided to actually open up the game and pop it in, and, I was greeted to, an anime intro, but the story itself, intrigued me. It pulled me right in with the intro. And then the fact is, was you was able to select either the male protagonist or the female protagonist. So right then and there, I said, okay, so this game is encouraging multiple playthroughs. I said, this is interesting. Okay. So of course, so first I picked the male protagonist, and the game started off with a mystery that really pulled me in, and it allowed me to understand the world and the mechanics and everything. But when the game started, and I realized that, wait a minute, this is an action RPG. When I start seeing stats, items, equipment, I said, oh shit, this is an action RPG. This is not an action game. I'm like, oh shit. So I said, okay, now I'm intrigued. But then I was introduced to the soundtrack. And the thing about Scarlet Nexus, it reminds me of if Sega was still around and they were still making like the Dreamcast 3 or the Dreamcast 4. This felt like a Dreamcast game. This felt like a game that would have released if the Sega Dreamcast was still around. From the music, from the aesthetics and everything. And the story really caught me by surprise. And it pulled me in, and they introduce you to these lovable characters that you have grown to love over time, and as you meet this team. And what happens is this team was split up, and a portion of the team would go with the female protagonist because she's still part of the story even though you don't select her, and then the other half of the team would be with the male protagonist. So as I said before, it encouraged multiple playthroughs, so you got a chance to see the interactions with the other characters. But the psychonesis, where you're able to pick up objects, and which is psychonesis, and you're able to interlink with your party members. They had an infinity system, a base system where when you're able to bond with your party members, it will add more to the base of operations. You get to dig in and learn more about the characters. I was really actually building a personal connection with all the cast members, and I fell in love with the characters, fell in love with the world. And the thing about it is too, even the combat was challenging, and you had to swap and interlink with your different party members to tackle certain enemies that were weak against certain effects and abilities. And then it had a skill tree and everything. It was just awesome, and I'm hoping they have to do a sequel. They have I want a sequel for this game. Loved every bit of Scarlet Nexus, and just to I did a review on it as well, but just to show you, this game was effing good, man. This was a good game. I enjoyed every bit of it.
You can do it too. Titles easy.
Every bit of it.
I've got a nearby resource for you.
Both characters have the psychonesis, the telekinesis ability. And I didn't think I was going to like really love. Like, I knew I was going to like it, but I didn't know I was going to love it. Didn't know I was going to love this game at all. So I'm going to do a second playthrough. I'm going to play as Kasane next, the female protagonist. So when I do a second playthrough, I'll definitely stream it when I do the second playthrough. But this was a really good game. Great story, great cast of characters, and I enjoyed every bit of it. And I'm telling you right now, I can vouch for this game. I definitely recommend it. If you're into action RPGs, you love the anime aesthetic and everything, I recommend this game. I also have a review. You can go on my channel as well for Scarlet Nexus. Yeah, what's up, Demarcus? I fell in love with her over how cool she was. Yeah, she's very cool. Her abilities were awesome too, and I love the other members of her squad as well. Yeah, the music is just fucking phenomenal, and I recommend this game. Like, trust me, you would not be disappointed. I recommend Scarlet Nexus. All right, the next game is Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64. Fucking life-changing experience, bro. So you gotta understand, Nintendo, people will always rag on Nintendo, you know, calling it a kid's console, or for the games are for kids. But you gotta understand, Nintendo is responsible for a lot of games that we play today. When it comes to platformers, when it comes to adventure games, you name it. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is responsible for a lot of these adventure games that we play today. In fact, it actually inspired games like Legacy of Kain. And if you don't know, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, the biggest advertisement and promotion for it was it would say Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, the Zelda killer, because Ocarina of Time had released, and Ocarina of Time was busting ass, and everybody wanted to try to replicate what Ocarina of Time did, because you remember 3D is still, developers are still trying to work around and understand 3D design for video games, as far as creating environments, exploration, and all kinds of stuff like that. And Ocarina of Time had pretty much set the foundation for it. And then you sort of have the other games trying to replicate it. And with Soul Reaver, the biggest push for Soul Reaver was, for their promotion, was the Zelda killer. But when it came to Ocarina of Time, I grew up with Zelda. Love Zelda. Like I said, my first game I've ever played was Legend of Zelda on the NES at the age of 4. But the thing about Zelda was always about the adventure. It wasn't really putting emphasis on the story. It was always about the adventure. Link was a blank slate. Link represent you, the player, and you go on this grand adventure for the Triforce to defeat Ganon and save Princess Zelda. But when it came to Ocarina of Time on the Nintendo 64, that changed a bit. The game actually had a story. Now, it wasn't groundbreaking, or it wasn't like a lot of story, but it had more story than your typical Zelda game that you have played through on the Game Boy and the SNES and the NES. So you got the 64, and then you were introduced to a different Link, which was Kid Link. I said, wait a minute, ain't Link like a grown, like more like a teenager or an adult? Why is he a little boy? I didn't understand it. So as you play the game, and what I liked about it was Link now has a person. He has a personality. He has an origin story. You know, they gave him a backstory, and the fact is that you were a little kid in a forest, and then now you have to go on this grand adventure. You have to be tested through the Deku tree and everything. And now you find out that he's the only one that's able to leave Kokiri Forest, because he's not really the Kokiri. He's a Hylian. So he's able to leave the forest or whatever. And the girl Soraya, I think that's her name, she couldn't leave. So you felt this. You felt like maybe that's Link's love interest. Then now you go out on this grand adventure. Now you go into the Hylian fields. Now the whole thing is opened up to you. Then you get the Hyrule itself. You get to this town. Then you meet Zelda. The game was just like a grand adventure. The puzzles, the boss fights were epic. Especially when they introduce a boss and then you get this cutscene and then you get the boss name and everything. Dude, it was just fucking awesome. And then you finally get introduced to the Master Sword, and when Link picks it up, he wakes up as an adult. And remember, the advertisement never really showed Kid Link. It showed adult Link a lot in the promo. So that's why I was also shocked when I saw a Kid Link. I said, what the hell is going on? But we finally get adult Link, and when you wake up, time changed. Ganondorf had took over while Link was in his slumber. So now you have to go back and forth from Kid Link to adult Link timeline. And it was just epic, man. It was just the puzzles. And the thing that really got me the most was the dungeons. And the Water Temple was the most memorable, was because back then people didn't notice that this was a bug until much later. My cousin Josh played the Water Temple before I did, and there was a bug to where if you used one of the keys on the wrong door, you couldn't have access to the rest of the temple, and you couldn't fight the boss, which means it stopped the progression of your story. And remember, the game didn't have multiple save slots that you can choose and save. So when you chose a save slot in Ocarina of Time, that was the only slot you had. So since he saved the game, he couldn't progress, which means he had to delete his file and start all the way the fuck over again. So when I found that out, I had to play the water dungeon without saving the game. I had to keep the game on pause. If I had to go somewhere, I had to keep it on pause and come back and play it, because I didn't want for that mistake to happen. So I was saved before I went into the water dungeon and went in there and completed it and never had that issue. But that was memorable. And every dungeon you explored in that game, I remember every last one of them, and the challenges and the puzzles that you had to go through, and even the bosses themselves was a puzzle to itself. I loved every aspect of it. And the thing that really got me is once you save Zelda, you kill Ganon, and it was just so sad that Zelda sends you back to relive your childhood because you never had a chance to. But at this time, we didn't know that what it actually did was it split the timeline for future Zelda games, which was pretty neat, man. I love the Ocarina of Time. Oh, what's up, Darko? As a kid, I found it hard to follow game stories. Turns out I had a learning disability. What's up? Oh, what's up, Blunt? What's up, MDZ? Yeah, I couldn't figure out an actual, like, description for it, but Rinkin, so every time I managed to do so much with Link without even having him speak a single word. That's facts. Yeah. Every dungeon was unique. Definitely. So, let's see. Alright. For me, never judge a book by its cover. Like, 007 is one of my favorite games, multiplayer games of all times. Now, the reason why I said never judge a book by its cover is because I like James Bond, but I don't want to play a James Bond game. You get what I'm saying? And now, as we get into the Nintendo 64, this is where licensed games aren't as good as they used to be compared to the SNES, the NES, you know, in that era. Now we get into the 32-bit and the 64-bit era. Some of these licensed games are starting to become a lot more hit and miss. So I grew up watching James Bond, but did I really want to play a James Bond game? And then I didn't really know what a first-person shooter was. So I remember when I first saw James Bond, and the thing was, when I was a kid, I never called it FPS or first-person shooter. I call it the hand with the gun game, because all you see is the character's hand with the gun. So I never knew it was called a first-person shooter when I was a kid. So I always call it the hand with the gun game. Every time I saw a first-person shooter, it was called the hand with the gun. So you wouldn't think it ended up being the GOAT. Yeah. So with GoldenEye 007, you see the box art and say, look, yeah, it's from the movie. Do I really want to play a James Bond game? I like James Bond, but do I want to play James Bond? You get what I'm saying? And then when I saw the gameplay, I don't see James Bond. I just see a hand and I see a gun on the screen. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I didn't know what a first-person shooter was at the time. So I was like kind of skeptical. And plus, you also got to remember, this is during the time 64 hardly had games. 64 was hard for developers. It was not developer friendly. And 64 had a drought when it came to games. So people were just wanting to buy games just to have something to play on Nintendo 64. And James Bond 007 was one of those games that all of us had bought to have something to play on your 64. So when my dad bought it and my uncles and my cousins and everybody had bought the game, this had become one of our #1 multiplayer titles at game night at my uncle's house. Because, like I said, 64 was very innovative because 64 had multiplayer built in mind by having all 4 slots built into the console. So when this game came out and we had game night and we all started playing James Bond 007, it was some of the best gaming experiences ever. The best competitive multiplayer experiences ever on the Nintendo 64. We would play for fucking hours on top of hours. We used to call up Domino's Pizza. We had the pizzas delivered to the house. And we would just scream and yell all day. And some of our favorite moments is playing the Golden Gun. And what we used to do with the Golden Gun, we used to pick the facility stage where you where you have the bathroom area. And the Golden Gun would be in the bathroom. So when you spawn, everybody would have to run towards the bathroom to get the Golden Gun. The person who was spawned, who was closest to the bathroom, would most of the time be the one to get the Golden Gun before everybody. And what the person with the Golden Gun would do, they would camp where the gun and the ammo was spawned. So what the Golden Gun does is it's a one-shot kill. It doesn't matter where you get shot at with the Golden Gun. You're instantly dead. You get shot in the foot, you're dead. You shot in the arm, you're dead. It didn't matter. So what happened is the person would get the Golden Gun and would camp in the area where the Golden Gun was spawned. So the thing was, we would have to team up and fight against the person with the golden gun, while at the same time trying not to get hit by the gun. Because if you got hit one time, you're dead. So those were some excellent moments. And then my dad's favorite game preset was the proximity mines. We used to hate the proximity mines preset. Was because if whoever won the game, right? When you win the game, you get to choose the match preset. If it was lasers, pistols only, explosives only, golden gun, whatever. So my dad used to pick the proximity mines. And my dad was so good with the proximity mines was because my dad would put them in crevices where you couldn't see the mines. So my dad used to have everybody shook, was because you were afraid to move. Because if you move, you could blow up and die. So you didn't know where dad would put the because everybody got the proximity mines, but no one was good at putting them in locations where you would never think to put them at. Or my dad would put them in areas where you couldn't see the mines. So every time you thought you were safe, you would walk out of a room. My dad would put it in the crack of a door where you can't see the mine, and you will blow up the moment you open the door. Or what my dad would do, you would have like bulletproof vests that would give you extra health. My dad would take the vest and then put the proximity mine in the spawn area where the vest would spawn. So when the vest will respawn, the bulletproof vest would be on top of the mine where you couldn't see it. So when you ran across the vest to get the extra health, you will blow up. Man, it was some crazy moments in that game. We used to love the hell out of GoldenEye 007. Did no one think to screen peek? Yeah, people would screen peek, but the game was so intense. You could never breathe in that game. So you really didn't have time to actually look to see what everybody was doing because it was just so chaotic. So yeah, man, GoldenEye 007. GoldenEye 007. Then, another life-changing game for me was Mega Man Legends. Now, I just want to tell you something. I grew up with Mega Man. I own Mega Man X on the SNES. I own the NES Mega Man games. But even though I played the Mega Man games, I wouldn't say that I'm a huge Mega Man fan. I played Mega Man. I owned the games, but I was never a huge fan of Mega Man, like a diehard fan. But I was a fan, but not a diehard fan, I would say. But Mega Man Legends changed everything for me. In fact, it made me a Mega Man fan of this Mega Man in particular, because if you don't know, there's different iterations of Mega Man. Mega Man Volnut and Mega Man Legends is my favorite Mega Man. The best Mega Man series of all time, in my personal opinion. Now, remember I told you that Zelda Ocarina of Time influenced a lot of 3D adventure games back in the day? Well, this is one of those games. This was literally Ocarina of Time as far as gameplay is concerned, but with Mega Man. And with Mega Man aesthetics, Mega Man gameplay incorporated, and it was an action adventure RPG. And this was the first game to where I actually fell in love with the characters because they had voice acting. And this Mega Man is a person called a digger. They travel the world and they dig in these ancient tombs. They have all this lost technology and stuff. And Mega Man was a digger that was with the professor and Roll herself. And now with Roll, she can actually customize you can find like pieces, broken pieces or technology. You give it the Roll, and Roll will make different buster guns for Mega Man. And this was the first Mega Man game where Mega Man didn't have a helmet. The helmet was optional. In fact, you have to find the helmet in the trash can, and then you have to give the helmet to Roll so she can make the helmet for you, so you can equip it on Mega Man, and it gives you an extra defense buff, so you won't lose much health. Because when you didn't have the helmet, you lost more health when you got hit. But once you got the helmet, your health you wouldn't lose as much health. But I love Mega Man Volnut so much and got so used to him not having the helmet, I more so played the game most of the time without the helmet or whatever. But this game had many different dungeons. And some dungeons were like hidden within the Cadillacs Island, to where once you got a different upgrade and put like certain weapons that you get, you're able to revisit certain dungeons, and then you're able to blow holes through the walls that will open up other layers to the dungeon to dig deeper and deeper, and you will find bigger Reaver bots to fight and enemies in different parts for a role to upgrade your character. And it introduced Miss Trombone and her family, the Bond family. So those of you who may only know Trombone from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, she came from this game. And I love the little cute love interest. She was a love interest for Mega Man, because she was an enemy of Mega Man, but every time she meet Mega Man, she would get really giddy when she gets around him, and she had a crush on him. She was kind of like Helga from Hey Arnold, because she would get, every time Mega Man would run into her, she would get smart with him, and Mega Man say, yo, what's her problem, or whatever like that. But she had a crush on him. So you grown to love the characters and everything. And then you had the little server bots who, and eventually they made a spinoff for Miss Trombone, which was the Trombone Misadventures and stuff like that. It was a really, really cool game. Said Mega Man has that hero riz. Yeah, he did. I love all the interactions of Mega Man. But me recently playing Mega Man Battle Network in the collection. My brother loved the collection, Battle Network. That was Keo's favorite Mega Man, was Mega Man Battle Network. But yes, I played this game hundreds and hundreds of times, Mega Man Legends. And then replayed it again once they released it for Nintendo 64, but they called it Mega Man 64. Replayed it again on Nintendo 64 and loved every last bit of it, man. A Mega Man with great storytelling, RPG elements, dungeon crawling, exploration, weapon crafting, and then depending on what you do in the story, like if would change or how the people of Cadillac's Island and how they would interact and perceive you. Excellent game. Why is it Mega Man Legends 2? Because Mega Man Legends 2 was okay. I only played a bit of Mega Man Legends 2. I didn't really play much of Mega Man Legends 2. Keo ended up getting part 2. But by the time Mega Man Legends 2 came out, the PS2 came out, and I moved on to the next generation of consoles. So I was the type of gamer, once I moved on to the next generation of consoles, if they were still releasing games for the last generation, I never wasted my time on it. So by the time Mega Man Legends 2 came out, I was already dead into the PS2, the Dreamcast and stuff. I never went back to go get that game. So Keo never had a PS2. He had a PS1. So that's why he bought Mega Man Legends 2. But that's why I never went back and played it. Oh, thanks, Chris. Says one of the best Mega Man characters, period. Is Symphony of the Night amongst... Nah, I'm not into Castlevania. I was never really a Castlevania fan. So you won't find Symphony of the Night in this. I grew up with Castlevania, but I wasn't a big fan. Like, I didn't really care for any of the games. Like, I owned Super Castlevania and what was the other Castlevania that I owned? And I owned the one on the NES. They were the only two that I had, but I didn't really care for it. Now, I will say this. Wait a minute. 1 second. Okay. Mario 64, bro. Mario 64. Siphon Filter. I got Siphon Filter, but that wasn't really my favorite game either. I got Siphon Filter, but it wasn't like my favorite game. Mario 64. Mario 64 for so many reasons. I'm going to tell you a quick story about Mario 64. Now, as I told you before, my dad had connections. And as I said before too, when it came to video games, especially at Electronic Boutique used to worship the ground my father and my family walked on. Was because my dad would spend thousands and thousands of dollars in that store, especially during the Christmas holiday. My dad, I have 3 siblings, so it was 4 of us. My dad had 4 kids. It was me and my 3 other siblings. And my dad, for Christmas, bought us everything. My dad would go to Electronic Boutique and walk out and spent about $4K. So when my dad spent that money, every time my dad walked in the Electronic Boutique, they rolled out the red carpet. And every time that there was a new game, they would move everybody from the kiosk and they will put the game in the kiosk for my dad to play. And they would ask if my dad liked the game. And they would break Street Date for my dad. They literally will break Street Date for my dad. That's how I got Onimusha, the first Onimusha game. I had got Onimusha 2 weeks before the game came out. We walked into Electronic Boutique, and Eli, he was the manager of the store. Soon my dad walked in, he saw my dad and his sons. Eli walked behind the counter and said, "Hey, Mr. Blackson, how's your day?" And people used to turn around and everything. He said, "Yo, I know you in the action games." He said, "There's a game I want to show you." My dad, he went in the back, grabbed Onimusha and put it in the kiosk. And remind you, Onimusha wasn't even supposed to be in the kiosk yet. He put it in the kiosk, and my dad started playing it. My dad said, "Man, this game, Onimusha was another game before its time." But my dad was a big Onimusha fan, and this was the first Onimusha game. So my dad started playing it, and Eli was smiling. So he said, "What do you think of it?" My dad said, "Man, this is amazing." Now remember, PS2 was ass. PS2 didn't really have a lot of games. So Onimusha was that game. So what happened was Eli said, "So you like it?" My dad was like, "Yeah." So Eli said, how about, he said, how about I say that, how about you be able to walk out with this game right now? The game is not supposed to release until 2 weeks, but I will sell the game to you right now. So my dad looked at him, he said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." So Eli took the game out of the kiosk, grabbed the box, and gave it to my dad. And my dad bought it, and we walked out. He broke Street Date for they would break Street Date for us. Yo, what's up, Landon? Yeah. So now I say this because this is the same thing that happened to us with the Nintendo 64. It was this place called Game Gallery at South Street in South Philly, because I live in South Philly, and on South Street is this place called Game Gallery. They broke Street Date. We had the Nintendo 64 a week before release. So we had Mario 64 and the Nintendo 64 before release. Broke Street Date. And they only had 2 64s available. So what happened was Nintendo was doing a promotion at Toys R Us where they had all these kiosks. Now this is the 90s. This is how I love the 90s, man. They had all these kiosks. And we read magazines of the Nintendo 64, but the Nintendo 64 was not playable in the United States at all for you to test it out or anything just yet. But they had a promotion with Toys R Us where Nintendo had all these kiosks, and the Nintendo 64 and Super Mario 64 lined up, and it was this long line. So my dad came in the room and said, "Yo, sons," told me and Keo, said, "Yo, Nintendo got the key. They had the Nintendo 64. They doing a test play promotion at Toys R Us. Let's go." So we got dressed. Dad threw us in the car. We drove down Toys R Us, and everybody was out there. Everybody's at Toys R Us. It was this big line, and they had about 10 kiosks lined up. So everybody got a chance to be able to play it. I got in line, and it's the first time I held the 64 controller in my hand, and it was like the first introduction to an analog stick. And it was so foreign. It was so alien to me. And playing a game in a 3D space. And it felt so weird hearing Mario like grunt. Mario say words and everything. It felt so weird hearing Mario have a voice. Because you gotta remember, I grew up playing the NES and the Super NES playing Super Mario. Now Mario has a voice. He's making grunts. Princess Peach actually talks at the beginning of the game. This was like mind-shattering as a kid. And now I'm playing a 3D Mario game, and I had the Nintendo 64 controller in my hand, and it was hard. I didn't even know how to play. I didn't know how to use an analog stick. It was so weird. You couldn't use the directional pad. You had to use the analog stick. So I used to hold the analog stick. I used to have to hold the controller like this and move the analog stick like that, because I couldn't do it with my thumbs because it was so weird. So as I'm playing the game, my dad, and remember, cell phones was a thing, but the cell phones was like really, really like a brick. They like really, really thick and big. So my dad pulls out his cell phone, and this is back when pagers was a thing, and the cell phone was like still new at the time. So my dad pulled out the cell phone, and my dad calls Game Gallery. He said, "Yo, I'm calling." He said, "Yo, do y'all got the Nintendo 64?" They said, yo, Mr. Blackson, we got it. So now, there's this white woman with her son. She's behind us. So she gets in with her son and start playing the 64, right? So my dad said, son, like, yo, let's get out of here. They got the 64 right now. We get in the car. My dad, he's speeding. Like, he's speeding through the traffic and everything. We trying to rush down there. So we get inside, and there it was. There was only 2 Nintendo 64, and Nintendo 64 launch was ass. 64 only had 2 games, and they were only stuck with 2 games for months. It was Mario 64 and Pilot Wings. But Game Gallery didn't even have Pilot Wings. All they had was 2 Nintendo 64s, and they had like 5 copies of Super Mario 64. That's all they had. So what happened was, we get into the store. They said, Mr. Blackson, we held it just for you. We got it. So he put it out on the table, Mario 64. And then we turned around. That white woman that I told you about with her son, here she come in. And she walked over to my dad. She said, look, before y'all think anything is weird, I just want to tell you guys, I'm sorry. I apologize. I overheard your conversation over the phone that they had a Nintendo 64 and we followed you. Me and my son followed you. So when we were driving the Game Gallery, she followed us. The white woman followed us. And she was like, my son really loves this Nintendo 64. And when we overheard your conversation, I had to follow you. I'm so sorry. I don't want you to think it's anything weird. My dad started laughing and smiled. And the white woman, like, she hugged my dad and said, I really want to thank you. And they sold the other 64 that they had, the final one that they had in stock. And they sold it to her and the other copy of Mario 64. And I remember we went home and my dad plugged it up, and just to see Mario face pop up on the screen, that shit was just revolutionary, man. And we sat down and we were taking turns with dad playing it and enjoyed every last bit of it, man. And the fact is that this was the first time you was introduced to a game that was a collectathon. A collectathon is where you collect, a MacGuffin in different levels. And it's the first time where you had like a HUD world. The castle was a HUD world where all the levels are within this castle, Princess Peach's castle. And then when you go through these levels, you have to collect the stars, which is the MacGuffin. And this was a collectathon game. This is the first time Nintendo introduced the collectathons, and this is where other companies started adopting the collectathon gameplay style and the gameplay loop and stuff like that. And the fact was, when you go to these stars are like riddles of how to obtain them. So every approach, how you approach to collect these stars was like a miniature puzzle to itself on how to get them. And then they introduced the 3 different caps: the wing cap, the ghost cap, and then the liquid cap. And once you get these caps and unlock these caps, you have to go back and revisit these levels in order to gain access to get the stars. Man, that game was just beautiful, man. And there was 120 stars to collect. I got all 120. And then when I found out that Yoshi was on top of the castle, once you get all 120, I wanted to see Yoshi in 3D. I couldn't wait to see it. But yeah, that was Mario 64 experience for me. Yo, what's up, Neo? What's going on? Yeah, man, it was really cool, man. I loved it. And then the reason why I said this is because Ape Escape, guys, another life-changing experience for me was Ape Escape. And as I said before, Mario 64 is responsible for games like Ape Escape, because this was like another collectathon game, but with monkeys that you have to capture. And the thing about Ape Escape was, it was a unique twist where you had to use these different gadgets, and chasing after these monkeys and capturing these monkeys, you had to use your brain and ingenuity in order to figure out how to capture these monkeys. And then each monkey was complex because they had different patterns when you chased them. And then some of them would jump into like tanks and mechs to attack you. Some of them would jump onto sharks. So you had to dive in the water and you had to avoid the shark and try to shoot the net to get the monkey. And there was over 100 monkeys to I believe it was like over 100 monkeys to collect, to capture. and stuff like that. And I remember there was another time where, once again, my father, where we had like a guy, father and son time, because mom and my sister and even my baby brother DX Strike, he was a baby at the time. So my mom wanted to go see her aunt in Lancaster. So my mom wanted to spend a week up there, and my mom would take my sister because her cousin Faith was up there as well. And since my brother DX Strike was the baby boy, my mom would take him with her. So we were like bachelors, dad and me and Keo and dad. So we had the whole house to ourselves for a week, and we would order. My dad wouldn't even cook anything. My dad would order every night and everything, and we would just play. We would play, and also too, my dad would buy us, like when mom wasn't around, dad would buy us our own box of cereal. And this was during the time when Oreo-O's first came out. So my dad bought me my own box of Oreo-O's. My brother liked the Frosted Flakes, so my dad bought him his own box of Frosted Flakes. So we would eat, and dad would allow us to eat a whole box of cereal, because now mom is not there to yell at us and stuff. So dad would buy us our own box of cereal and everything. We loved it. We had fun with dad. But Ape Escape, dad bought the game that week. So we would sit down with dad, and we all would take turns capturing these monkeys and everything all day. And dad would take a nap, and then I would have the controller, and then I would catch a couple of monkeys, then I would give it to Keo, then I would take a nap, and we would like take shifts and stuff like that. It was a fun experience, man. And the problem solving you had to do in order to capture these monkeys, and then some monkeys you couldn't get until you were introduced to a new gadget to capture these monkeys. You had a remote control RC car that was able to go through ventilator shafts in order to get the monkey out, and then you were able to capture it and stuff. It was all kinds of things you was able to do in that game. Loved it. I had amazing food yesterday. 3-pound lamb burrito. Oh, nice, Colin. Nice. Oh, what's up? Oh, Pixel Gamer, what's up? I had to try the game now. Never played it. Was the first version on PS1? Yeah. I will show you Ape Escape PS1, and it's on PSP as well. They remastered it on PSP. Ape Escape gameplay. They had up to 4 of them, but I think the rest of the Ape Escape games stayed in Japan, because it didn't really pick up. It didn't really pick up because this game is very Japanese. This game is very, very Japanese. And that's why I love Sony. Sony was Japanese, very Japanese with their games, and Sony is not Japanese anymore. Is woke Western nonsense now. Ever since they moved their studio to California, they ditched Japan and just moved to California. But yeah, this was Ape Escape, man. And the villain, this what happened. You had a rival. It was like an Ash versus Gary moment. But y'all were both best friends. But what happened was, your friend ended up getting captured, and he turned evil or whatever. So what happened was, one of the monkeys had got this cat put on his head. It gave him super intelligence. It allowed him to talk, and then he became the villain. And then he set all the monkeys free. So you and your friend, you're Spike. And Spike, I was a Spike main in PlayStation All Stars on the PS3 because I love Ape Escape. So I was a Spike main.
It actually
So that's the
works.
professor.
We did it, Natalie. We did it. The time station.
And then
is
you had to
complete.
challenge your rivals through certain stages and stuff.
2 of my gadget inventions, the stunt
So yeah,
club
and the
also
monkeys
taught me
were
transport.
stuck in different
I
time
want you
periods.
to use
So you had to
them
go
catch
through this
the apes
portal in
and send them
different
back
time
here.
periods to get these
The
monkeys.
stun club can be used to defend yourself against attackers.
And here's a tutorial on the and this was the first game that took advantage of the DualShock controller. Remember, when the DualShock controller came out, the DualShock controller was made to compete against the Nintendo 64 controller. Because remember, Nintendo 64 was the one that introduced the analog stick. It became revolutionary. So Sony had to come up with an answer to the Nintendo 64 controller, so they came out with the DualShock. But when the DualShock came out, when Metal Gear Solid came out, and it had the rumble feature and everything. Now the problem was, when the DualShock came out, the second analog stick did nothing. Ape Escape was the first game to allow you to use both analog stick. So the second analog stick is for where you use your attack with the stun rod, because you have to stun the monkey with the rods, and you can use the thumbstick, the right thumbstick, and you can twirl the stick to spin around, and you have to use the right thumbstick to use your net. You have to crawl so you can't see you, and the thing that they have on their head allows you to know if they see you or not. If it turns red, the monkey know that you're there, and they will run. They will throw banana peels. The blue means they're unaware of where you're at. So what happens is, as you go through the game, the professor will send you new items or new ways to capture the monkey. And then you put the different gadgets on the face buttons. So each level had different ways to how you capture these monkeys. And then there's, of course, there's enemies to fight and stuff that get in your way. But there's different levels that you go through. So to show you show you some other parts. So sometimes there's some monkeys that you cannot capture because you don't have the gadget yet. So you will have to progress through the story, and once you get to a certain, you have to twirl the right stick to do that spin. So what happens is, as you progress through the story, then the professor will send you a new gadget. Once you get that new gadget, then you're able to go back to the older stages, because there's this one part where there's this area where you couldn't reach because it was too high. Once you got the propeller wing, the propeller gadget, you have to twirl the right stick to propel in the air like a helicopter to reach those hard areas to get that particular monkey. So that's what made it interesting, man. And it was like Mario 64, but this was PlayStation's answer to Mario 64. And he was pretty much almost like a mascot for Sony for a little bit, because the first Ape Escape game was popular, but after that the franchise just fell off. It just died off. Like no one cared for Ape Escape 2 or any of the other games. It was just only the first game that was extremely popular. And it was frustrating when you couldn't get to certain monkeys because they would hit you, throw banana peels at you, and they would run from you and stuff like that. It was a real interesting game. Yeah, there's the propeller right there. This is the propeller I was telling you about. You have to rotate the right stick to propel. The right analog stick was really involved in this game. Then you got the hula hoop. The hula hoop, you have to twirl the right stick, the hula hoop, and you run fast. So you have certain monkey types that run super fast where you can't catch them. So you have to use the hula hoop to run fast, and then when the hula hoop twirls, it has like this spark effect. And when you hit them with the hula hoop, when you run into them, it dazes them, and then you pull out the net and capture them. And then there were also boss fights as well. Yeah, there's the hula hoop right there. Yeah, man. And see, you have to crawl so they can't see you and capture them. That's how you capture the monkeys. But yeah, man, this was a good game. That was Sony's answer to Mario 64. So yo, Mugen, they have the whole collection available. Oh, I didn't know that on PS5. Would you rank this game as a must play on your list? Oh yeah, Ape Escape is a must play, for sure. Definitely a must play. Definitely, I would recommend you guys. That's why I feel so sorry. If you was not born in the 90s, I feel so sorry for a lot of you guys, because you missed out on some true gaming experiences, some true gems. I'm not denying that the early 2000s had great games, because they did. They had great games. But it was nothing like the 90s, bro. It was nothing like the fucking 90s in the early 2000s. Nothing like it. All right. The next game, I would change these. I would put must play. This is a must play. Must play games. The next one we'll do is Bomberman Hero. This is a must play. Bomberman Hero, like I said before, Mario 64, as I said before, inspired a lot of these platformers. Now, the thing was about Mario 64, The thing about not Mario 64, the thing about Bomberman was always a competitive, you know, party game where you're a Bomberman, you blow up your friends and stuff in a competitive, fun party type of way. Now, over time, Bomberman became pretty popular to the point where Bomberman started having spin-offs. Now, the thing is, Bomberman is synonymous of not being a platformer. This was the first Bomberman game that was an actual platformer. And super, super fucking challenging. And the fact that what I liked about Bomberman Hero was the fact was they not only made it a platformer, they still made it feel like Bomberman. Now, if you don't know what Bomberman is, we're going to go to Super Bomberman on SNES. This was a game that my uncles and all of us played at game night back in the day. So you get an idea of what Bomberman is. It was a 4-player on the SNES for the Super Nintendo. And we were very competitive. We were super competitive in this game. This was the I think this is like 1993, maybe 94. And this was on the SNES. We love the fuck out of this game. When I said niggas used to get salty in this game, niggas got salty in this game. So to give you an idea of what Bomberman looks like and what it is, essentially what you do is you spawn in the 4 corners of the stage. The goal is you put a set of bomb and you only put 1 bomb at a time at first. And you have to blow up these bricks. The goal is to trap your opponents with the bombs and blow them up. In order to defeat them, you have to blow them up. So what happens is as you blow up these bricks will sometimes have power-ups. You would have like the roller skate power up, which means it would increase your walk speed. So the more you find the roller skates, the faster your Bomberman walks because your Bomberman walks fucking slow. Now, you will also have power-ups to where one power-up will be a bomb. When you get the bomb power-up, now instead of laying down 1 bomb, you can lay down 2 bombs. So if you keep picking up these bombs, you can be able to lay down more bombs. So in order to do that, in order to get these power-ups, you have to blow these bricks up. Now, this right here, this logo, where you have a Bomberman feet kicking a bomb, this was one of those power-ups that would make you like broken, and people will fight over these power-ups. This power-up will allow you to kick the bomb across the field. So if you kick the bomb, if the bomb hit a Bomberman, it would stun lock them. And if they don't wake up in time, the bomb will blow up and kill them. That's what made it so epic. And you can die by your own bomb, people. So you also have to watch your own explosions. Now, you also had the boxing gloves. The punching gloves, what it allows you to do is you're able to punch your bomb. You can actually punch it on the other side of the screen and it will appear on the other side of the arena. Also, you can punch it on the bricks and it will bounce on the bricks until it lands and it falls and hit the ground. And then you will also have this other power-up, which was a smiley face, which it was a fire smiley face. It represents the explosion of the bomb. So the more fire power-ups you get, the bigger your explosion is. So you understand where I'm going with this? As you collect these power-ups, your Bomberman becomes more broken as you play the game, as you play the match. And then as the longer the match lasts, when the timer goes out, the bomb is like, this is where I would say Battle Royales took this ideal from. The stage will get smaller and smaller when the time begins to run out. Yo, what's up, Paradise? What's up, Sigma? Yeah, and that's why I'm mad that Bomberman was never in. Yeah, and that's how you win. So this is just to give you an idea. Now we're gonna talk about Bomberman Hero. Bomberman Hero did something totally different. They turned Bomberman into a platformer for Nintendo 64. Bomberman Hero was the hardest platformer, and I recommend this game. I recommend the fuck out of this game.
Unforgettable travel experiences.
So to give you an idea, Bomberman Hero. This was, and it had an awesome soundtrack, guys. Awesome soundtrack. And it had a world map. This is Bomberman Hero. It was a platformer, a 3D platformer. Hard as hell. And this is the first game where Bomberman actually had the ability to jump. And what made it epic too, in Bomberman Hero, Bomberman also had different gadgets and vehicles that he can use. So here's the first level. The soundtrack is awesome. And they still have the power up, and you can still die by your own explosives. So you have to be careful. When I finally got my 64, I got my 64 for Christmas. Mine came with 2 controllers. I had the standard controller and I had the atomic purple controller. And I got Bomberman 64 for my 64 for Christmas. And I got a couple other games. It was Bomberman 64 and like 2 other 64 games. But this was my game. This was my fucking game. And then you will also get different vehicles, which I'm trying to find. So I'm trying to get, here we go. I found it. So here's one of the vehicles. You had the submarine or the submarine Bomberman attachment. And it was always epic how you would get introduced to these new power-ups. The music, dude, music was awesome. And it reminds you, this was the 90s. Bomberman, it was just awesome. Bomberine, yup. So then you go to these different levels, and this is the underwater level. Oh my god, this is taking me back in time, man. As a kid, on Christmas Day, playing this game on Christmas Day. Just opened my 64 that my parents bought me. This game, and then he also had a Yoshi, a Yoshi-like character named Louie. Here's another vehicle, the rocket pack. So let me find Louie. He also had a rival too that you fought. The game had a storyline, so I'm gonna find that Yoshi character. And the bosses was hard as fuck too. Let me see. I didn't know how long this game was actually. Like, I'm trying to find that level. I didn't know how far this game went as far as the level's concerned, or did I skip it? Damn, this joint is long. Oh, this dude didn't ride Louie. That's why. Damn it. Let me see if I can find it. Bomberman Hero. Let me see if I can find Louie, because this dude didn't even ride him. Here we go. Yeah, this is Bomberman's version of Yoshi.
Bomberman Hero. So this is what I was talking about. This
is Bomberman's version of Yoshi. Like
in the what the fuck?
So yeah, over time, Bomberman started building its own world, its own lore, and it started adding new characters to their worlds and stuff like that. And Louie was one of them. So this is Bomberman's version of Yoshi, pretty much. But yeah, man, Bomberman Hero was that game. I have Bomberman 64 as well. So this is the music that Electric Underground used in one of his videos. Yeah. I have Bomberman 64 as well. I love Bomberman 64, but it did not touch Bomberman Hero. All right. The next game, which is let's see. It's a must play, and it's also another judge a book by its cover as well. It's both. Now, to remind you, these are all my favorite games. This whole tier list is all my favorite games. All of it. It's just how I perceive these games. When I say never judge a book by its cover, I mean it with Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX. Now remember, I grew up playing Final Fantasy, but the thing that got me about Final Fantasy IX was the box art. The box art had really, let me see. Let me pull it up. Let me bring up the box art. Let me see. This was the box art. Look at the characters. Now, I just got finished. I got Final Fantasy 7. I got Final Fantasy 8. And you see what the characters look like in 7 and 8. But then you look at the box art, and I remember when they first announced Final Fantasy 9, I see these characters. I said, this doesn't look Final Fantasy at all. I said, what the fuck is this? I said, what is this? I was bashing this game. The game wasn't even out yet. But they started showing us screenshots and everything. Yeah, they're supposed to do a remake. Yeah. Final Fantasy 9 is one of my favorite. Final Fantasy 9 is one of my favorite Final Fantasies of all time. 7 and 9 always does it for me. But Final Fantasy 9, when they first announced it in PlayStation Magazine that my dad had a subscription for, when I first saw this, I was like, what is this? And to let you guys know, Vivi was originally supposed to be the main character, and they changed it. Vivi was originally supposed to be the main character. And when I first saw this cover, I was like, no. I said, Square, what are you doing? What is this? Like, why do everybody look like Muppets? Like everybody look. It just like it didn't say Final Fantasy to me. I don't know what it was, but it bothered me. But I'm a Final Fantasy fan, and I said, okay, I'm gonna give it a try. So my dad bought it for me when the game launched. When it released, he bought it for me. And when I went to go play it, I fell in love with it. When I say that I put more hours in Final Fantasy 9 than Final Fantasy 7, I really meant that. Like, I played Final Fantasy 9 more than I played 7. And 7 I played a lot. 9 has some of the best storytelling, some of the best characters, despite their character design. At that time, I fell in love. I became a believer. And I apologized to Final Fantasy 9. After I completed it, I apologized to it. Because I judged it based off the cover. And I was furious. Now, you also have to remember this, guys. Final Fantasy 7 is actually one disc. Final Fantasy 9, it's actually one disc. The reason why it has all those discs, it doesn't mean because it has all those discs is a long game. Final Fantasy 7 you can beat in 30 hours. Final Fantasy 9 you can beat in 30 hours. The reason why they have all those discs is because you have to remember Final Fantasy games on PlayStation had cutscenes. The video files are so huge. Those cutscene files are so huge. That's why they had to expand it onto other discs. That is the reason why Sony dominated and dethroned Nintendo. Was because after Super Mario RPG pretty much solidified their relationship, Nintendo and Squaresoft at the time. And since they were able to make Super Mario RPG, Squaresoft thought that since they did Mario RPG, they thought they were so cool with Nintendo that they can go to Nintendo and suggest them in the development of the next Nintendo hardware console. So They went to Nintendo and said, listen, we want to make the next Final Fantasy game for you guys. And we suggest that you go disc-based because CDs was the next biggest thing. CDs were a lot cheaper. It was a lot easier to, it had a lot more space for you to put your games, to put games and stuff on. And they went to Nintendo and said, Nintendo, can you, if when you make this next console, please have it disc-based. So Nintendo was arrogant, and what happened was Sony went to Nintendo. Sony and Nintendo was supposed to collaborate together to make a disc-based hardware for the SNES, because you gotta remember the Sega CD came out. The Sega CD, in a way, made Nintendo nervous because now you was able to play Sega games that was on disc. So what happened was Nintendo needed an answer to the Sega CD. So they went to Sony because Sony is known for, the disc player and everything like that. And also Sony wanted to get into the gaming space. Then you also got to remember, like I said, Sony was known for the Walkman, the disc player, and everything like that. And the creator of the PlayStation went to the CEO of Sony and said, yo, let's get into the gaming space. The CEO of Sony said to him, no, we're not doing that. That's toys. That's for children and this, that, and the third. So what happened was Nintendo approached Sony about coming out with a disc component for Nintendo, for this SNES. So what happened was Sony, the creator of the PlayStation saw this as an opportunity to get into the gaming space, to prove to the CEO that, yo, we can actually do this gaming stuff. So when Nintendo went to Sony to do a collaboration to come up with a disc component for the Super Nintendo, when it was time to go to the trade show, there was a trade show for corporations to come together to show off their newest technology. So what happened was, Sony was at the guy who created the PlayStation. He went to the trade show. When he went to the trade show, Sony had made an announcement. Nintendo made an announcement that they are in partnership with, was it Panasonic? You know the CDI, the Zelda CDI or whatever it was called, that horrible Zelda game that came out for the CDI, whatever that console was called. Nintendo had went behind Sony's back and made a partnership to make CD-based games with the CDI instead of Sony. And Nintendo didn't let Sony know. So what happened was the creator of PlayStation felt some type of way about that. He got mad. He went to the CEO of Sony and told Sony what Nintendo did. Now, like I told you before, the CEO, he wasn't really on board with doing video games, but he felt disrespected what Nintendo did. He said, fuck it. He said, oh, Nintendo want to do that? Fuck it. So that CD component that was supposed to be for the Super Nintendo, they took that component and made it the PlayStation. They made it the PlayStation. So Nintendo pretty much gave Sony the key to their destruction at that time. Yep, the Philips CDI. Yup. It was the Philips CDI. Yup. I'm going to put some dirt in there. Yeah. So the CEO got mad. He said Nintendo did what? And he wasn't into games. But then he gave him the green light to make the PlayStation. And ever since that, the rest has been history. Now, to go back to Final Fantasy, what happened was Sony, Squaresoft had went to Nintendo and said, yo, if you want to make the next console, make it CD-based. Nintendo did it again. Nintendo ended up doing Square dirty and didn't take their advice at all. They pretty much gave Square the middle finger and said, no, 64 is going to be cartridge-based. Now, there was a reasoning behind Nintendo doing cartridge-based. Going cartridge-based at the time was a way to avoid piracy. That's why he stuck with cartridges, to avoid piracy and duplication. and they only want quality games. So they used the 64 cartridge base as a barrier to entry, so they wouldn't have shovelware on the Nintendo 64. All they wanted was the top of the line games for Nintendo 64. But PlayStation is already out now, and it's CD based. So Capcom and Namco and all these other companies was afraid of Nintendo. Nintendo was a tyrant. That's why Sega was also the other beacon of hope a long time ago. But now PlayStation out, Sega ain't shit right now. So Sega was no longer that alternative. But now Sony was the new alternative. That, hey, we don't have to ever go back to Nintendo. So when Nintendo didn't take Square's advice to go CD based, because Final Fantasy VII was supposed to be on Nintendo 64. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this and why the discs are like 4 discs and 3 discs for Final Fantasy games was because of the movie cinematic cutscene video files were too big. Now, imagine with PlayStation and Final Fantasy VII, it was 3 discs and CDs have a lot of space. Now, can you imagine putting Final Fantasy VII on Nintendo 64? I believe they said that if they was to put Final Fantasy VII on Nintendo 64, it would have been a 20 cartridge game or something like that because of the movie files, the cinematic files. And that's what fucked the Nintendo 64 up, and that's what hurt Nintendo. So that's why these games like Final Fantasy got multiple discs. Just because they're multiple discs doesn't mean they're long games. Their only multiple discs is to fit the video files onto those discs, and what they do is they copy and paste the data, like the game data, over to each disc. But most of them the Final Fantasy games are actually 1 disc. Yup. Yeah, I think it was 30. It probably was 20 or 30. Yeah. I think it would have been 9 cartridges, but either way, it's insane. The biggest 64 CD. Yeah. And that's what caused it. That's what caused the whole thing to happen the way it did. And that's why Sony, if Nintendo didn't do Sony dirty, Sony probably wouldn't have never done a console, and probably would have just been partnering with Nintendo most of the time, creating hardware for it. Or they probably would have eventually did a console, who knows. But if Nintendo didn't do what they have done to Sony wouldn't be the name that it is in the gaming space. And that's all thanks to Nintendo for doing what they did. Nintendo was grimy back in the day. You thought they were bad today when it comes to how they treat like piracy and how they treat ROMs and hacks and stuff like that, and everything. You thought they were bad like today? No, those dudes were tyrants. And what Nintendo did was, just to give you a history lesson of how much control they had over the gaming industry, they actually put a cap on how many games developers can develop for their console, because Nintendo was the platform to make games for, and Capcom hated it. A lot of developers hated it. They were only allowed to make a certain number of games per year for their console, and then you needed the Nintendo seal of approval in order to even have it on their console. I didn't know the exact cartridge amount, but the cost per game would have been 150, which... thanks, Leon, thanks, man. Thanks for the knowledge. Thanks for breaking it down for the history, because I like my memories is like very foggy on some of the aspects of it. But yeah, it would have been very expensive if any of that stuff was on the Nintendo 64. But Nintendo is responsible for that. But Nintendo were tyrants. They were like emperors. They were Japanese emperors. Like they controlled everything. That's why when Sega came out, everybody rallied behind Sega, because they thought Sega was going to be that shining beacon of hope and that alternative to Nintendo. Nintendo had a grip on the gaming market. They were that fucking powerful. They were the mafia, exactly. He said now developers need a cap. DJ dumb. Yo, DJ is dumb. Yeah, so yeah, they were responsible for that. Yeah, so they killed the CD add-on because the pirate phobia, in my opinion. Yeah, that's all it was. And why do you think? And Nintendo, why do you think Nintendo keep making these stupid decisions? Think about it. So now you have the cartridge base. They thought they was going to stop piracy. Now we go to the GameCube. Why do you think the GameCube disc was small? They made it small because they was doing it to combat piracy. With the small disc. That was they designed it that way to combat piracy. That's why a lot of decisions and the GameCube and making the disc small was another thing that hurt developers and made it not developer friendly. Nintendo was just hurting themselves at this point. Oh, what's up, Edge? Yeah, which also didn't work. Yeah, he said pirates always find a way. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, Pixel Gamer. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Bro, I remember when they announced the GameCube and revealed it. I was like, what? It was kind of weird. I didn't know what to expect when they showed it. I didn't know what to think of it. It was a literal cube and the discs were small. Like, but GameCube was one of my favorite Nintendo consoles. Besides the SNES. GameCube was that console for me. Alright, so we're going to move on. Let me see. Must play. So also, yeah, these descriptions, I don't know what to put for these descriptions. Let's just ignore these, kind of like ignore these descriptions in a sense. But anyway, let me see. The next one, I would say, with Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana was another action RPG for the SNES that had beautiful music. It was made by Squaresoft. And it was also my first introduction to multiplayer RPGs. Because if you had a multi-tap, which I did, you were able to play 3 players on this game. So you was able to play the story campaign with 2 of your friends. So 3 of y'all would play together. So it would be me, Dad, and Keo would play Secret of Mana. And this was my introduction to the action, I guess you would say that the action RPG genre at the time. And this was another game where when the game opens up, man, that music. Let's go like Secret of Mana SNES intro. Listen to the title screen. Just imagine kid me.
Quaker.
And
for those who
how I felt
heart healthy oats
when playing Secret of Mana. When I first opened it from the box.
Don't tell Mom.
And actually played this game. Listen to the music. Beautiful music. 1993. You say you do I own 4 different multi-taps and none of them work? What the fuck? All I had was one multi-tap and it always worked. Dude, I still can remember this music in my head. And every time I listen to this song, it takes me back in time. Beautiful music, man. Imagine yourself as a kid in 1993 listening to this. And you never experienced anything like this. Yeah, that JPEG is shit. Yeah. Oh, it was? I didn't know that, Revenge. this music was so beautiful, and this theme plays on every Mana game, mostly every Mana game. And this is the intro. And as a kid, I'm used to playing Sonic. I'm used to playing Super Mario. I'm used to playing Zelda. Square changed me as a gamer growing up, because I never played a game that was so involved in introducing worlds and stories and interesting characters. So this is like one of the first games I'm playing. Like, what is this? Yup. And this game also had mode 7. This is called mode 7. You have a flat plane, it looks 3D. This was like new technology, because Castlevania had it, Super Castlevania had it, and Secret of Mana had it, and then later on, Super Mario World 3, Yoshi's Island had it, but this is called Mode 7. This was new technology back then. This was revolutionary back then. And the story followed a young man named Randy. And the bullies bully him. He falls down off that ledge and he lands. And now he's trying to and they go back. He has to hurry and get back to the village before he gets in trouble, because they wasn't supposed to be there. So as he's trying to leave, something calls him and starts talking to him. He follows the sound. It's the sword. Somehow the sword is talking to him. And then you pick the sword up. And once you pick the sword up, now this spirit comes out the sword and start talking to you. But you lifting the sword also unleashed evil. So, in the unleashing evil, you get back to the village. There's a monster appear. You kill the monster, and then the villagers see that you have the Master Sword. Once they found out that you had the Master Sword, people say, "Yo, you doomed us all." You end up getting banished from your town, and then now you go on this journey. You meet this old man who takes you to the Water Palace, and now you have to help. You have to collect all the mana seeds, and then you have to find the mana tree. Randy was an orphan. Later on, you find out that the mana tree is your mother. You find out that the Master Sword, in the spirit of the Master Sword, is your father. Dude, as a kid, I was done. I was done. That plot twist. Oh, I'm chewing on Chips Ahoy cookies. He said, I'm one of the people that couldn't stand the battle system. But yeah, it's not for everybody. I hated Final Fantasy VIII. I did not like Final Fantasy VIII. Definitely a must play. Oh. Let's do it. Lost Odyssey. Oh my God. Let me tell you about Lost Odyssey. Now, if you don't know, Lost Odyssey was an exclusive. It was an Xbox 360 exclusive. And it was a JRPG turn-based for the Xbox 360. And it was created by the father of Final Fantasy. Because Hamaguchi, or was it Hamaguchi, he had left Squaresoft, or Square Enix, because of their business decisions and what they were doing to the Final Fantasy brand. So the father of Final Fantasy left, started his own company called Mistwalker, I think it's called. in one of his earlier titles, or first titles for a console, AAA title, was Lost Odysseys. This was supposed to be Xbox's Final Fantasy. And what I liked about this is that this was totally different than any other JRPG that I've played as far as the characters are concerned. These were complex characters, and this was a different approach to a main character. What do I mean by that? Well, the main character is named Kaim, right? Listen, and this also ties into the gameplay of Lost Odyssey. This was the first time I ever played a main character where the main character, he can't die. He can't be killed. Now, the thing is, the main character is immortal, but he doesn't know why he's immortal. And he's been living for thousands and thousands of years. Soundtrack is fucking beautiful. So what happens is, the way the gameplay mechanics work is you have the immortal system, where Kaim finds out that he's not the only one who's immortal. You find other immortal characters. So you have a party that consists of mortals and immortals. So what happens is, the immortals, like Kaim, the main characters, they can't learn skills. So what you would have to do is, you have to link your immortal to the mortal party members so you can learn abilities from them. Dude, it was fucking awesome. The soundtrack was beautiful. And just to show you, Lost Odyssey. This game was so underrated. So underrated. Beautiful soundtrack and everything. He was Kaim was such a different character. Such a different character. I've never met a character like this, because what happens is, throughout the game, he's not only trying to remember things, but what happens is, when you go to sleep inside of an inn at a hotel, you will go through this dream sequence that will pop up randomly, and you go through his memories, and you will read stories like, they're like novels, they're like little stories that you read of his past memories. And some of these stories are so sad, because Kaim had so many, he outlived all his children. He talked about the different wives that he outlived. It's so sad, and you hear all these different stories from these different immortals when you go to sleep. And these are optional things to read. And it made these characters very fucking complex. And this is how the game opened up. This is on the Xbox 360. This game is beautiful. And the music, bro. And you know how Final Fantasy Remake and Final Fantasy 16, how it can go from a cutscene to the gameplay? This is one of the first games that did this shit. It seamlessly. It goes straight from cutscene and then it goes straight into the gameplay. This was before its time, and this was Xbox 360. This was supposed to be Xbox's Final Fantasy. Kaim is so badass. Damn. Now watch this. Now, I'm going to fast forward so we can get to the part. Now, check this out, guys. And now, the thing is, the military would depend on your main character, Kaim. since he's immortal, this dude would fight soldiers by himself, hundreds of them. He can't die. So this is the first introduction of our main protagonist, a badass. And this was in the trailer when the game was first introduced. He's a badass. And this is before you don't know that he's immortal. And we wonder, like, yo, how is this guy fighting all these niggas by himself? And they sitting back, the rest of the military sitting back letting him do it by himself. This dude is a badass. This dude, like this dude is a badass. Yeah. And why? Now it's about to go straight to the gameplay. It's about to go straight to the gameplay. Look at that transition. Look at the transition, yo. Look at that. This was the gameplay. And this was turn-based. And this is the battle theme. This battle theme is beautiful. I love this game. Yup. My favorite part of the theme of the battle theme is when the violins come in. Here go right here. This part. This is my favorite theme. So then, and this is another game that had a black female character that was pretty cool too, and she was immortal, and it had a mystery to it. Let me see. Let me find it. Let me see. Let's go to the playthrough so you know. All right, we'll go here. And what was so interesting about it was, what got me interested when the black chick showed up, you find out that she's immortal, and she was saying this, could we have been lovers? Cause we're the only ones that lived for so long, but you seem so familiar. So now I'm thinking, are they lovers? But it was such a mystery to it. So we're gonna fast forward, and here's some of the gameplay.
Welcome back to Lost Odyssey. I'll give you a good list, though. Don't worry.
Yeah. So this is the turn-based combat. I want to show you.
Attack these guys. They're really weak. They'll probably go down.
I'm gonna keep it going. Hold up. All right. So this is where you find out. I don't want no commentary.
Is it
I don't feel like hearing this. Hold up. Let me find no commentary. I don't want this dude talking.
Committed to cover the Wall Highlands, and that most of the Kent force were eliminated. This war was started by them.
All right, cool. I found the full game. All right, yeah. So we can be able to do this better. But yeah, cause I want to explain some parts to you that maybe you guys may want to give it a try or something like that. I wish this dude had like chapters and shit, but let's see. Alright, I'm just gonna fast forward to some parts. Alright, here we go. So what happens is he goes to the console. He goes to the console and shit like that, and that's when the story reveals to you. He reveals to you, so it reveals to you that he's an immortal, that he can't die.
Only temporarily. Quickly, make the arrangements.
Right away, my lord.
My lord, pardon me for saying this, but I'm building Grand Staff for the sake of our nation and its people.
All right, I'm trying to find. Yeah, I'm trying to fast. And this the dream sequence. I'm trying to get to the part. Yeah, that's another reason why this thing is having it's 32 minutes long and shit. It's hard to actually get what I'm trying to find. Doo-doo. Fast forward. Hold up, guys. Sorry about that. I'm trying to find this one part. Let Let me just do cutscenes. Let me see. This will be better. Let me do the cutscenes. Yeah, here we go. Lost Odyssey, the movie. So it'll just give me the cutscenes that I want. So also he had this dream of he has a wife, and then he had a dream that he saw his daughter fall off a cliff, and the whole mystery is you're wondering like, okay, who is this woman, and who is this woman who may be his wife, and who is this girl that jumped off the cliff? Eventually, later on, you find out that that was your daughter. You end up finding your daughter. And then you wind up finding out that your daughter had kids. And then you meet your grandkids. Your grandkids actually become party members. And then you actually find your wife. And you find out that your wife is also immortal too. But your grandchildren are mortals. Oh, here we go.
Here's where you get off, Lieutenant. The council wishes to hear from us.
And this is the black chick right here.
Sorry, not you, Officer Balmore.
Hey, I'm a survivor too.
She's now the thing is, she's also an immortal herself.
Well, that's just weird.
And then you will meet her son. Her son is named Ced, which is a play on the character Sid in Final Fantasy. And guess what? Ced is also a pilot like Sid too, and he's a party member. And the funny part about it is, since she's immortal, when you meet Ced is an old man. So her son is old. Because she can outlive her son, Ced. And what's so funny about it is when he finally runs into his mom, he starts crying, "Mommy, mommy." And it's weird seeing an old man crying for his mom, but his mom looks so young and shit like that. It's just so funny.
This way, Lieutenant.
Yep. This was a good fucking game, but I really don't want to spoil much because you guys, like, if you ever get a chance to play this game, and trust me, you will not be disappointed. And if you love turn-based RPGs, trust me, you will not be disappointed in that game. But yeah, that's Lost Odyssey. Definitely a must-play. I definitely recommend it. Let's see. We're gonna go to the next title. Super Smash Brothers changed everything for me. Super Smash Brothers changed I love. Now, the reason why I got the Nintendo 64 on there is because that encompasses the entire series. But Smash Bros. 64, once I got Super Smash Bros. For 64, that was really the only 64 game that I played most of the time on the 64. I didn't really play any other 64 game after that. And I had a lot of 64 games. But I really stopped playing 64 games, but the only game on there was Super Smash Brothers that I played. Super Smash Brothers 64. I agree, AJ. Said didn't like Jensen. Or the director for that matter. Yeah. He said, yeah, they used to stumble around blackness a lot. I love the first two Smash Brothers. Yeah. Smash Brothers 64. You gotta understand, during the time that Smash Bros. 64 was announced, like, during this time, we didn't have a family computer. Like, so we didn't have the internet. We didn't have a computer at the time. Most of my gaming knowledge came from magazines. But I went around my cousin's house. He had a PC. And I remember we went to GamePro. Was it GameSpot? Was it Game Pro? I think it was GameSpot. We went to the website, and they had like a trailer to Smash Brothers 64. And I didn't know Smash Bros. I didn't know Smash Bros. Was a thing. It wasn't out yet. It was just they had advertisement for it. Had like a gameplay thing for it, and I lost my shit. I said, "Wait a minute, a fighting game with Link?" The moment I saw Link, I was sold. I was done. But what really got me was when I saw Samus in there. Because you also got to remember, we never ever got a Metroid 64. We never got a Metroid 64, and the only Metroid games that we got was Super Metroid on the consoles. We never saw Samus ever again. We never saw her ever again. So to see Samus in Smash Brothers in the advertisements, I lost my shit. And to tell you a quick story about Super Smash Bros. 64, in my experience with it when I got the game, remember I told you about Game Gallery? Once again, I remember I knew the date of when the game was coming out. So and I know every time when the game came out during a school day, I know that my father, he won't tell me, but he would surprise me, and especially when the game released on the game during a school day, he would normally go to call and bring me out of school early. I used to have an early dismissal just for him to take me to go get the game, and me and father would hang out and Keo would be there too. So I'm already got in my head. I said, I know Dad's gonna call. I know I'm getting out of school early. I just knew I was getting out of school early. All of a sudden, I'm in the classroom, and this is when I was in 5th grade. I'm in the classroom, and I'm like daydreaming. I said, I can't wait to get this game. And next thing you know, the phone rings in the class, and I see my teacher goes over to it. I said, please look over here. Please look over here, because she's on the phone, and she's looking. Her eyes is wandering around the class. I said, please lock your eyes on me, because if she locks her eyes on me, then I know it's Dad getting an early dismissal. She locks her eyes on me. Miss Phillips locks her eyes on me. I said, yes, it's Dad. It has to be. So he said, Mr. Blackson, your father is here. So I was like, oh, snap. I'm like, yes. So hop in the car. Dad picks up Keo. And we get in the car. Dad takes me to Game Gallery. My dad buys Keo a game. I can't remember what game that Keo got. But he bought Keo a game, and he bought me Smash Bros. 64, and then he took me and Keo to McDonald's. He said my dad had too much power. My dad too much. And this is another reason why, not to jump off topic. This was another reason why I saw my perception of when it comes to race and everything like that. Which I'm gonna explain this because of my family. See, growing up, especially living in the black community and everything like that. Growing up in the 90s, even though people got along, things were still I wouldn't say segregated, but when it came to communities, everybody stayed within their community. The only time you would see other people from other races is if you're going to the mall, you're going to the movie theaters, but a black person would never see white people just walking around, in their parts of town, and vice versa and stuff. So the only type of interaction, or the only way that we see white people was on television. So you also got to understand, when black people talk about certain things when it comes to white people, you have to understand, also you got to understand where they're coming from, because I lived in the 90s, I lived in that era. You got to understand, my whole perception when it came to race was definitely warped, and it changed over time because of my, me growing up with both my parents. But I say that to say this. So growing up in the black community and stuff, you don't really see a lot of white people. The only time you see them is when you're going to Toys R Us, or maybe if you're going to the movies or whatever like that. But most of our schools were black schools, and most of the white kids had their own schools, pretty much. Because you got to understand, especially growing up in the 90s, when it came to public schools or whatever like that, you were only allowed to go to the schools to wherever your address was, that was the school that you was able to go to. So what happens is, that was the way to legally segregate us. Because when you look at the white schools had the better programs, they had the better school trips, they had the better books and everything. And you look in our neighborhoods, we had shitty books. All our books are outdated. We couldn't afford school trips. And every time I used to see the white kids, they used to go not scuba diving. They used to go rock climbing, canoeing, used to have all these fun things that they used to do and stuff like that, while our schools didn't really have the finances, didn't have the funds, and black kids couldn't go to those white schools was because of our address. That was the legal way to segregate us. Legally, because it's not illegal. The way the school system worked, you was separated by addresses. Yeah. So you also got to understand why some of these people say the things that they say sometimes, because I remember growing up. But anyway, so when we, in my neighborhood, the only time we saw white people, as I said before, is when we going out of our neighborhood, and most of our time knowing white people was what we saw on TV. TV was very white a long time ago. Like, we got to be real. So the only time we saw white people was on television, and most times you saw white people on television, they got money, they got a loving family, you know, nice cars, they're action heroes, they're in everything. So our perception of white people is what we see on television and everything. So when black kids get around white kids, a lot of black kids feel inferior because of the only thing they know of white people is what they see on television and stuff. And when you see them on television, you see them at the highest level as possible. And me coming from my community, when we used to go on school trips, I remember we used to go to the Science Institute, the Franklin Institute, and where all of the schools come together. And when we used to come in there, we finally got a chance to mingle with the white kids that comes from a different school. And a lot of the black students did feel like inferiors because you look at the stuff that he was wearing, you look at all the stuff that they had and everything like that. And when we had to do a competition, and we had to ask questions about the solar system and stuff, them white kids was just answering shit. And so to us, they now they seem intelligent to us, you know. So that was our interaction to white people and stuff, is what we see on television and what's put out there on television. So that's the only thing we know about white people. So what changed my perception of white people is as I was growing up, and especially my parents, we were very diverse. So my parents, when we go out on vacations, we never did anything within the city of Philadelphia. My parents always took us out. We go to different towns, meet different people. But what broke the stereotype that white people are perfect and stuff like that was when I started having white friends, and I started noticing a lot of my white friends didn't have the game consoles that I had. And a lot of my white friends said, "Man, like, you got everything. So I have to share my console. You got your own console." And it was very weird to me because watching television, you just assume that white people are rich, white people got money, white people are more fortunate than black folks and stuff like that. So as I started getting older, and as I started making more and more friends that are different, nationalities and different groups, I started having a lot of white friends who were less fortunate than I was. And when they come to my house, a lot of them was wishing that my parents were their parents. They said, "Man, Brian, man, like, I wish your mom was my mom. I wish your dad was my dad." And it was fucking my head up. Yeah. It was, what's up, Rudy? So, he said a few other shows happening that was older. Had all white kids and little kids from Silver Spoons. Yeah. So when I started seeing this, and I started having more and more, having more and more white friends, and I started seeing my white friends didn't have the things that I had. Then I was like, wait a minute. I started realizing I was more privileged than them. My parents were able to afford anything I wanted. My parents was able to buy. My dad had 3 cars. When I say we was living ghetto fabulous, we were living ghetto fabulous in the hood. Because my dad was a hard worker. He was a contractor. He's a carpenter. So he's a carpenter, electrician, a plumber, and he works for the school district of Philadelphia. He drives the school bus. So he picks up kids and stuff in the Philadelphia area and stuff. But my dad, he made a lot of money. So when I started having white friends, and my white friends would come to my house and would love to come to my house or whatever like that to play the latest games because they didn't have the latest games. Yeah, so not gonna lie, I used to steal from my white friends coming up. So it blew my mind, and it made me realize how privileged I was. And then as I got older or whatever, I started making more and more friends, even down to my Asian friends. There was a lot of people in my community. Like I said, my parents had a big impact on the community because there's a lot of single mothers in my community, in my neighborhood, and all the kids used to come to my house. My dad was everybody's dad. I shared my dad and my mom with everybody. All the kids came to my house. There was kids that was hungry. My mom would pack them dinner, give them food. My mom would feed them and send them on their way. No matter what color they was. We had white friends who weren't eating, where their parents couldn't afford to feed them. They would come to our house. My parents would feed them. Even buy them clothes and stuff. Even Asian friends that I had, their families couldn't afford certain things, and my parents would take care of them and feed them and stuff like that. Like my family was shared among the community and stuff like that. So that changed my whole perception. And then what definitely blew my mind is when I got to college. When I got to college, we had got these emails that exchanged with families, because we had this orientation where I was part of this special freshman group who was allowed to go on campus and live on campus a week before the rest of the class. So what they did was they sent this email out to this small group of freshmen and their parents, and the parents would exchange the emails, and then one of the guys, his name was Troy, and his family, this white family contacted my family, and they said, yo, our kids are going, our sons are going, they're going to college and stuff. Said, why don't we all hang out and get to know each other, since they're going, we're going to be dropping our sons off and stuff. So my mom and dad accepted the invitation. So we went to go see this white family. We get there. When we get there, they had a barbecue. They had the lemonade, the iced tea and stuff, and their house was immaculate. So when I meet this white family, this was like a white family that I've always seen on television. His son had dirt bikes, 4-wheelers. They had crops outside in the backyard. They was barbecuing, and we was like the only black family that was there. Rest was just all white people. So I got a chance to meet Troy. I got a chance to meet him for the first time, and me and him was going to Mansfield together, and this is back in 2005. So the father, Troy's father, the white man that was his father, kept going over to my dad, and he was trying to pull my dad to the side to talk to my dad alone. Now, Troy's mother, the father is actually the stepfather. He ended up marrying Troy's mom, who already had 3 kids. She was a single mother or whatever. But you can tell in the neighborhood, everybody looks up. Everybody pretty much, I guess you would say, put Troy's family on a pedestal, because they're like the life of the neighborhood. Everybody go to their house. They always have these parties and stuff. So Troy's mom, she's prancing around, being like entertaining the guests and stuff, and she's bragging, and boasting, my husband is this, my husband is that, we got this, we got that and stuff. So my mom is sitting down with the rest of the white women, talking with them, and I'm hanging with Troy. He's showing me his dirt bike and stuff like that. But I'm wondering where my dad is at. The reason why Troy's step-pop makes money, he does what they call that, when you restore like old buildings and like historical buildings and stuff. He has a company that restores stuff, and everything, so they won't decay and stuff like that. So he makes money. Now, so he said he has rare straight black man hair jeans. What would it look like good with locks? How come you straighten your hair? Oh, I'll answer that in a second, Benjamin. We'll talk about that, my hair and everything. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a second. Give me a second. I'll answer all that about my hair and stuff. So what happened was Troy's step pop kept trying to pull my dad to the side, but Troy's mom kept being nosy, wondering why he's trying to pull my dad to the side and talk to my dad. So my dad finally got a chance to talk to Troy's step pop. Now, this is what I also learned about white people too, or some white people. Just because they're living good doesn't mean they're doing good financially. So what happened was he pulled my dad to the side and he was talking to my dad, and he wanted to have a man-to-man talk. And he was trying to talk to my dad was because he was talking about how much his wife, who's Troy's mom, is stressing him the fuck out. Like he's in massive credit card debt. The boats that he got, the 4-wheelers and all this other type of stuff, he's doing it for her. And she's going around bragging and boasting and stuff, and he's pretty much living a life that he really can't afford, or whatever like that. He can't afford this life, and he's trying to find another man that he can talk to vent or whatever like that, and how much she's stressing him the fuck out and shit like that. And he's in massive debt. That's why the wife was kept prancing around, trying to find out what he's trying to say to my dad, or whatever like that. No man talks equal to Papa Blackson. Living a lie. And then that's when I started learning. This is another thing I started learning, because this wasn't the only white family I started to become friends with and got to learn. I started learning that some of these white folks who have who have these nice houses, expensive cars, a lot of them are in debt, and a lot of them are foreclosing their homes, and a lot of them are stressing the fuck out because I learned being around a lot of white folks from this is my personal experience. This is from my personal experience. I'm only sharing from my personal experience and what I've learned and what I gathered through observation. I learned that there's a lot of white folks that's what is called keeping up with the Joneses. There's a lot of white folks competing with each other, trying to keep up with one another, or try to appear to have this life that they really can't afford. And that's when I learned. I said, man, he has all this, but he's about to lose all of this. But his wife is walking around, showboating in front of the other women and showboating in front of my mom. And this dude and this man is stressing the fuck out. And the thing is, he has no kids. The moment he brought this woman on and those 3 kids, this is when this man went into debt. He said at one point my dad had to pay off like 2 point. Back in Gin and Juice Snoop Dogg days, a lot of white folks try to keep up with the Joneses because of the American dream. So I learned, that's when it started making me learn that say, yo, just because it looks like they're living good doesn't mean they're living good. So that's from my experience being around white people and stuff like that. Now my whole perception, I stopped listening to what the television is showing me, and now I'm actually interacting with white people and making friends with a lot of white people and realizing they struggle just like the rest of us. That's what I learned. And then I started finding out that I was more privileged than a lot of my white friends. I was finding out I was more privileged than them. And that's what started shattering. It started shattering and warping. It started shattering my perception. I started seeing life when it comes to race so much differently, because here it is. I was also caught up in that too. That, white people this, white people that. But the more and more I got involved and started engaging with white people and Asian people and all different kinds of people and stuff, I realized that, we all struggle. But I wouldn't have known that if my parents didn't expose me to shit. And the thing about us with black people, all we know is each other. All we know is our community. Most black folks don't even leave their porch. Most black folks just only stay in their neighborhood, and that's all they know. And the reason why I say that, because I'm learning that from experience, is because when my parents take me out and take me to different places when I was much younger and stuff, and I got to know different cultures, I acquire a taste for different music besides R&B and rap, and I started getting into rock. Especially I love 80s rock and stuff like that, and getting into other forms of music. When I started getting around other black folks, they started treating me different. They started calling me white. You trying to be white? You trying to be this? No, I've been exposed. I learned that there's other things out there to get involved with and engage in instead of just engaging into the things that I only know because I never left my community. Every time my parents took us out, we never did anything in the hood. My parents always took us out. We always used to go to the beach. That's why a lot of growing up, a lot of black people saying you know that I was a white boy or I was a white guy in a black man's body and stuff because of the way I live and the way my parents raised us. So a lot of black kids and a lot of black people didn't understand that. They just say it's white. They just associate it with whiteness when it's not. No one is stopping you to go out there to see the world. Well, I'm not gonna go nowhere where I'm not wanted, and that's what holds you back as black people when you go through the assumption that you're not wanted because you're black, that you're not allowed to be at certain places. And I also had that mentality too, and the only reason I had that mentality because I was stuck in my community, keep hearing what other black folks are saying about white people and about systemic racism and stuff like that. So I would also hold myself prisoner and don't try different things because I think that I won't be welcome and I won't be welcome in this place because I'm black. But my parents broke that by taking us to different places to get to see these different communities and meet different people. And that's what changed my perception to a lot of things. And when I started going to different places, I said, yo, I'm glad I went here. Especially when I used to go down to Center City. I used to see like a nice restaurant, but I don't see no black people. I don't see nobody that look like me. Like I said, I used to have this mentality. Since I see people that don't look like, if I don't see nobody that looks like me, I won't go to that place because I have the assumption that I'm not welcome there. But then as I got older, I said, no, fuck that. This is my city too. I live here. Fuck that. I'm going in there. I'm going to eat in this place. And when I got there, no one treated me different. Hey, you want a seat? I have a seat. They give me the menu. And everybody's carrying on, minding their business. No one is looking at me. No one is staring at me. No one's pointing at me. Everybody minding their fucking business. And I said, yo, this whole time I could have been eating at this place. The whole time. But I'm saying to myself, I'm not welcome here because I don't see other black people here. Yeah, I remember that, Blaze. Yeah, so he said, just like the skill tree in the game, people will discard and accept you for one trait. Like, yeah. So that was the thing that started fucking me up. Cause I said, yo, so you mean I missed out on years of experiencing this because I assumed that I wouldn't be accepted here. That's why when I made the comment on the Black Girl Gamer, because they said we made this space because we were told that we weren't allowed to be here. So we made our own space. Like, who is telling you this? Who said you couldn't be in the gaming space? Who said that? Yes, there are racist people out there. Yes, there are toxic people in any community. But you can't take that. These are racist interactions. You're going to have racist interactions from some people. But you can't take that interaction and say that this is what the whole community is. So when I started realizing, like, wait a minute, I missed out on all this experience, all because I thought I wouldn't be able to be here, all because of my skin color. And then I was fucking wrong. Then I started going to many other places in my own city where there's nothing but white people and I don't really see black people at all. I started just challenging myself. No, I'm going to fucking here. This is my city too. I'm going to go in here. I don't care if they look at me weird because I'm black and they follow me around and call security or whatever. And I started going into these places. No one bothered me. No one bothered me. Yeah, there was an instance where security followed me around because he thought I was going to steal and stuff like that. Yes, I experienced that about once or twice. But most of the time, never. Everybody's minding their fucking business, not paying me no fucking mind. In fact, they come over, hey, can I help you with something? Oh yeah, come over here. So I started saying to myself, I said, yo, I'm making myself, I'm oppressing myself. example for the black girl, man. Make this talk a YouTube video, man. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. I guess so. Xander. I think I should. What's up, Captain Brad? So that's what ended up happening. Oh, let's get off the tier. Let's get off this real quick. Let's go to full screen. So that's what happened for me. My whole perception of what I thought white people was just shattered. It was shattered because I started realizing that I was more privileged than most of these white people that I've interacted with. I started realizing, like, yo, I'm privileged as fuck. I got both my mother and father. My parents can buy me any fucking thing that I want because my father was able to afford it. We had 3 to 4 fucking cars. My dad had a motorcycle. We were living ghetto fabulous. That's what they call it. When you live in, they call it ghetto rich because you live in the hood and you got all this money and stuff. We were living ghetto rich. My dad was a hardworking black man. My dad never sold drugs. My dad was a contractor, a carpenter. He was a plumber, an electrician. He worked for the school district of Philadelphia. My dad now makes what, $36 an hour driving a school bus. My dad's about to retire soon. He's been working for the school district for years. He picks up kids. That's all he do is drive around and pick up kids. And he only works what, 4 hours? And my dad makes over $36 an hour, not counting overtime. But my dad was a hardworking black man who loves his family and do everything for his family and stuff. So my dad grinding, working hard, enabled us to get the things that we wanted. And it made me realize, like, damn, I really am privileged. Here it is. I'm sitting there being around a bunch of black folks. They talk about systemic racism. White people got it good. White people this, white people that. And me being around them for a very long time, that type of energy, that type of vibe, and that type of mentality started to seep in my brain. Even when it came to politics, I was born a Democrat. Because in the black community, almost every black person is a Democrat. And the thing is, you don't do no research. You say, okay, if my mom and dad's a Democrat, I guess I'm a Democrat too. And you don't think about those things. And then you also, in my community, they always said bad shit about Republicans. This is what I was told about Republicans. That Republicans is filled with nothing but rich white people who hate niggas, who hate minorities. That Republicans are just racist. They're just racist. And they're mostly white. That was the only explanation. And me, growing up in my community, I took everybody's word for it. I just took everybody's word for it because, like, why would people, lie to me or whatever like that? So it wasn't until I went to high school in my chemistry class. I was in 11th. I think it was in 11th grade. I was in 11th grade, and and now that I'm older and I'm seeing how liberals and how conservatives are, the whole dynamic and how conservatives are treated when they're in the liberal space, I didn't know this stuff was going on, but it was even going on back then, back in 2004 and stuff like that. I remember I had this professor named Mr. Mbezi, and I never realized it until now as I'm older. I noticed that all my teachers would never sit with him. They would always talk about him, and they would always isolate him. And I never knew why. But then now that I go back and think about it, the reason why they isolated him and never hung around him because he was the only conservative at the school. Everybody else was liberal. So they would ostracize him or whatever. And he was the only teacher in the school who had a business. He had a satellite dish business. He was the only one that was an entrepreneur at our school. But none of the teachers fucked with him because he was a conservative. Only because he was a conservative. So what happened was, I remember, because we have TVs in our school, and most of the time, most of our teachers would put on CNN and stuff like that. But Mr. Mbezi, he would turn on Fox News. When he turned on Fox News, I would never watch Fox News because I was told that Fox News is racist. So I would never watch it. But there were some things that was reported, or there were some things or some ideologies that conservatives have that I naturally agree with. And there was things that I was watching on Fox News. I said, I agree with that. I was like, what's racist about that? No one indoctrinated me. I was like, everything that I was hearing, and I started hearing from other conservatives, and I started being around conservatives. I was like, these are not really bad people at all. Like, but I was told that they're all conservatives are racist. But I started realizing that I have more conservative views than I have liberal views and shit like that. I was like, now I started getting confused. I'm like, but I was told that they're racist. I was told that being a conservative is racist. After firing Tucker, they moved and left. So that was the thing when it came to that. But I still wasn't a conservative. I still wasn't a Republican. But my mind started opening up, because, like I said, my whole life I have grown up as a Democrat. I was told that conservatives are rich white people who hate niggas. I was told those things, and I just went along with it, and I was always considered myself a Democrat. But it wasn't until I actually got a chance to see Fox News for myself, because I would never watch it or whatever like that, because I was told it was racist. So I saw Fox News for myself, and that's the thing. You have to go and look at things for yourself and make up your own mind. So I stopped listening to people. When people start telling me don't listen to this or don't do that, I would do it. I would look into it myself to formulate my own opinion on shit. So when I started watching Fox News, or when I started talking to conservatives, I started realizing, like, yo, there's a lot of stuff that conservatives talk about, or ideologies that I naturally have. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? But I'm told that this is wrong. That this is wrong to think this way. So that's pretty much essentially it for the politics side. But after all that was said and done, when it came to back to Troy, with white people and stuff like that, it opened my mind. It opened everything up and made me realize that, yo, everybody struggle. Everybody has problems. And everybody's not out to get you. Yes, you're going to have racist interactions. There's going to be racist interactions. But when you look at Twitter, when you look at social media, and you look at all these things that you see on social media is not the real world. Because if you look at social media or look at the mainstream media yourself, you would be scared to go outside, because you would think it's really that bad out there. The way the mainstream media, the way these activists, the way these people would go and say how bad it is, especially here in America or whatever like that, you would really think it's that bad. But when you actually go out in the real world and actually interact with people, it's nothing what social media says it is. It's nothing what the mainstream media says it is. There's a lot more people that's a lot more chill than what the media says and what people say on social media. It really is. People are a lot more chill. So, not in the spirited way, but I mean it funnier instead. Both parties want to control you. Humans' desire for power is inevitable. So, for me, I just want balance. I go for, that's all I want. I'm not saying conservatives is 100% right. I'm not saying liberals are 100% wrong or anything like that. I just want balance in my life. That's all I want. And the thing is, I was never a political person. Things didn't get political until the Trump elections. No, until Gamergate and the Trump elections. That's when that's when I started getting into the politics, because I started seeing everything around me go to shit. Everything. Because I remember what things used to be before Gamergate and before the Trump election, and then I look at everything now, completely different. I miss what it used to be pre-2014. I miss what it used to be, and it's never the same. So, yeah, man, my perception of white people was the same way you would see the NPCs and how other people see white people. I was no different. And the only reason why I was no different was because I hung around these people who thought this way. Because I never thought this way. Because like I said, I started looking at my life. I said, wait a minute. I'm cool. I have a lot of friends who are black, white, Asian, or whatever like that. Most of my interactions with people of different colors were always good experiences. Yes, every once in a while you would get a dickhead, you would get a racist or whatever like that you would bump into. But all my experiences with different people of different races and nationality has always been great experiences. So why the fuck am I thinking this way? And I'm thinking this way because I'm hanging around people who's constantly this way. I'm hanging around them too much. And I remember when I first, and it's amazing how much society did change. Society is much more diverse and much more accepting today than what it was a long time ago. Oh, like for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. Remember, I went to college in 2005, and remember I dropped out and ended up becoming a father, and then I ended up going back to college and I ended up graduating in what? I graduated in 2014. I graduated when Gamergate started. Funny, ain't that ironic? So I remember college, when I first went to college in 2005, everything was so segregated. Not on purpose, but everybody stuck to people that looked like them. No one really intermingled with each other when I went to Mansfield in 2005. White people was with white people, Asians was with Asians, blacks was with blacks, and etc., etc. You had this one little group that was mixed. That would have some black, some white together, or maybe some Asians thrown in the mix, or whatever like that. But everybody stuck to their own, or whatever. And I remember when I went to Mansfield, the first thing I did was, because now I'm in a university, and at the university I went to was predominantly white. So the first thing I did was I was looking for black folks. I was looking for folks that looked just like me. Because like I said, I was part of that. At that time, I was looking for people that looked like me. But the problem was, when I started hanging around the people that looked like me, I had nothing in common with them. Nothing in common. Nothing in common with them at all. Most of them that I hung around, all they did was play NBA 2K, Madden, smoke weed all day. I never smoked weed. I did none of those things. The clique that I was with, they all did those things. And every clique that I try to find, black clique that I try to find, I had nothing I can relate to. I like anime. I love comic books. I love video games. And you also have to remember, being black and liking anime a long time ago, you was considered a weirdo. You have to remember this. If you live in this generation, it's cool now to be a black nerd who love Star Wars, who love Marvel comics and stuff. That stuff was acceptable today. A long time ago, trust me, if you were born and you lived your life through the early 90s to the early 2000s and you lived in the hood, you was considered a fucking weirdo for watching Dragon Ball Z. You was a fucking weirdo for watching Inuyasha if you was black. You got teased for watching anime if you were black. You got teased for liking Star Wars. You was teased for being a black nerd and getting into nerd culture. You was teased for liking Dungeons and Dragons if you were black and you went to an all predominantly black school and you was in the hood. It was not popular being partaking in nerd culture being black. And you often got bullied. You often got teased and everything. And that was my experience growing up, especially when I went to high school. I remember we had a substitute teacher for 2 days. We had a substitute teacher, right? And the substitute teacher brings in the TV and the VCR with the VHS and said, "Hey, it's movie time. We're gonna watch a movie for this period until the end of the class period." So he said, "I bought 2 movies, and this is a white teacher too." And he said, "I bought 2 movies, and let's go for a vote, right?" So he goes in his bag. He pulls out the movie Friday, which is a black comedy. And then he pulls out Star Wars Episode 1, right? Now, I remember clear as day, all the black chicks, all the cool hood niggas, they all sitting in the corner. The moment he pulls out the white teacher pulls out Star Wars, they all started looking at me. All the black girls started whispering and started laughing and shit. All the hood niggas started laughing and shit. And he started clowning me because he said, "Look at him. He about to pick. Of course he gonna pick Star Wars, this, that, and the other." And then So he said, who want to watch Star Wars? I raised my hand and the entire class started laughing at me. All the girls started laughing at me and everything like that. And I was the only one that raised my hand. So when he put up he picked up the movie Friday. And then everybody raised their hand. Everybody wanted to watch the Black Comedy Friday. Now, I love Friday. I love me some Friday. But if I had to pick between Friday or Star Wars Episode 1, fuck that shit. Star Wars Episode 1. I love that Darth Maul fight between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Shit was fucking epic. Yeah. Yeah, so they used to tease me. I used to be teased my whole life when I participated in nerd culture. It was not cool to be black and like Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing and stuff growing up. It was not cool. And if anybody tell you otherwise, they are a fucking liar. Because every black nerd that participated in black culture will tell you the same thing. You was getting clowned. And if you was, and especially if you was male, you was getting no pussy. Black girls was not giving you any pussy if you liked any of that shit. You wasn't. So my whole time going through high school was kind of difficult because I was being teased for liking those things, liking Yu-Gi-Oh, collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and stuff like that. I was teased. I was looked down upon. And I remember one time I was in class and we was just all sitting around and shit like that, and people was roasting each other, and then they started out of nowhere they started roasting me. He said, "Yo," he said, "You know what would be funny?" He said, "I already see right now, Brian gonna be with a white bitch and shit like that. He gonna be with a white bitch," and they were saying it as if it was an insult and shit like that. He gonna end up with a white bitch. I can see him saying, coming home, "Honey, I'm home," and everybody started laughing and shit and started laughing at me and shit like that. And I was pissed. I'm like, damn, y'all really see me like that? He said, "Yo, Brian's the whitest black guy." Like they would say shit like that because of the things that I partake in. That made me white to them. I wasn't considered black. You know? But yeah, moving lawyers in line if you don't act like Pookie and you ain't nothing and stuff like that. So yeah, I was teased. And remind you, I didn't have this hairstyle. My long hair didn't come into college. So I had a regular cut. So yeah, I was teased coming up by my peers. You know? And it kind of like, and the thing is, I wouldn't say I had low self-esteem because I had a mother and father. So I pretty much said, all right, fuck them then. So I stayed to myself. And that was another thing that pissed off a lot of people because no matter how much they teased me, I didn't beat myself up. I didn't go into depression or anything because my mom and dad instilled self-esteem. That's why fathers are important. My dad instilled self-esteem in me. So I didn't allow that to depress me or anything like that. I said, all right, fuck it. Like, and the thing is, I didn't try to appease to anybody. I was still going to watch anime. No matter what these niggas say, I'm still going to watch Dragon Ball Z. I'm still going to watch these things. And this is why a lot of black nerds and a lot of like people in nerd culture are now upset of why things are mainstream. Because I resonate with this one tweet. This one white chick said, you know, now it's, you know, I've been liking Dragon Ball Z my whole life. Now all of a sudden it's fucking cool when Becky, you know, the cheerleader likes Dragon Ball Z. Now it's acceptable. And that's what it was. The moment the hood niggas started watching Dragon Ball Z, when the hood niggas started watching Dragon Ball Z, of course the black chicks that like the hood niggas is gonna follow right behind them. The moment hood niggas started liking Dragon Ball Z, start watching it, that's when it was acceptable. But I've been watching and indulging this shit my whole life. But it wasn't acceptable when I liked it. But the moment hood niggas or your stereotypical black people started partaking in Marvel and DC and Star Wars and stuff like that, that's when it was okay as a black person to partake in that stuff. That's when it was okay. That's when it was okay. That's why a lot of black nerds and just nerds, period, rather you black, white, or Asian nerds, it didn't matter. That's why a lot of us get mad now, because now the popular person, now since they like it and it's acceptable now, and then if they're content creators or they end up blowing up and becoming much bigger for partaking in something that you always partake in, and they get credit for it. You get what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of people a lot of nerds get upset at that shit, and that's why nerd culture is not the same, because all the popular people or the activists, it's either the popular people who just want to just grift it or whatever, and then you got the activists who came in who just hate everything. You have those two crowds who came in and took and took what was ours, and that's why it's fucked up the way it is now. But yeah, so to go back to what I was saying, it was acceptable back then. It was acceptable. It wasn't acceptable back then to be black and like that stuff and like nerd culture. So now, I'm in college, right? And like I told you before, I'm hanging around a lot of people who look like me, but a lot of them wasn't into Dragon Ball Z. A lot of them wasn't into Kingdom Hearts. A lot of them didn't even know what fucking Final Fantasy was. A lot of them didn't know any of that shit. So I'm sitting there like, okay, I'm hanging with my people, but none of them, I can't relate to none of them. So I went back to my room and shut myself in my room. And then when we had to go to do this icebreaker during the orientation, they paired me up with this white dude, and the first thing he mentioned was Kingdom Hearts. And oh my god, this is when Kingdom Hearts 1 was out. 2 wasn't out yet. And me and him start talking. Then we start throwing up all these other games and stuff. Then before you know it, he introduced me to his homies who were white. And we all had something in common. And then I meet this black guy he was like the only other black guy that was in the group. So there's 2 black guys and then rest all these white guys. We all like anime, we all like video games. We all had something in common. So guess what happened? Now, since I'm in a group with these white boys and one other black guy, now at the table, you see all the black kids, all the black students looking at me sideways. Because now they looking like, oh, I'm a sellout, or I'm trying to be white. I don't care what skin color you are. These white boys got something I have something in common with them. We love video games and we love fucking anime. Like, I can't relate to y'all. Y'all don't know shit about Final Fantasy. Y'all don't know shit about Kingdom Hearts. All y'all want to do is play Madden and NFL 2 and NBA 2K and smoke weed all day. That's all y'all want to fucking do. So guess what? I'm going to go to where I have some connection and relations with. So I started hanging with the white boys, and the black girls started looking at me sideways. But the funny part about the black girls, y'all wasn't fucking with me anyway. Then that's when I started realizing, started having options, because now I'm getting approached by white girls because I started meeting white girls who had the same interest that I had. Now all of a sudden, black women, they start looking at me. They start looking at me sideways. But wait a minute, y'all wasn't fucking with me. Y'all wanted nothing to do with me. Remember, I'm a white guy trapped in a black guy's body. Y'all want nothing to do with me. So all of a sudden now I'm hanging out with white boys, and now white girls are approaching me. What the fuck? Now you looking at me sideways. You don't want me. You do not want me. So why do you fucking care? That I'm talking to white girls. Why do you care? And the thing was, I wasn't chasing after white girls. White girls were approaching me. White girls was knocking on my door. I wasn't chasing after white girls. They were knocking on my doors. The snow bunnies was coming at me. I wasn't chasing snow bunnies. They were coming at me. So that's where that problem started coming in. He says, the funny thing is, I beat them to make it. Okay, now I understand. I'd rather be myself in the hood animals. It's all about rap, hip hop, gangster. He said, USA seems to be really behind the times when it comes to racism. You could make a novel out of this. Yeah, well, a lot of people say I should write a memoir or something like that. Once I become successful, I do want to do a book. I do want to write a book about my life, because there is a lot of things that I would like to share in the things that I've been through growing up. But that's what ended up happening. And I was like, wait a minute. When white girls started approaching me, I started realizing that, I have options as a male, and then a black male on top of that. I don't just have to fuck with black girls. I can fuck with white girls too. Then Asian girls started approaching me. And this is when I got to the university. Because when I was only in the hood, all was around was my people and stuff. But now I'm in a university where I'm around a lot more different race of people. Now I'm starting to interact with different flavors of women. And then I started noticing that the black girls are clowning me, but I'm getting a totally different response from Asian women and white women. I'm getting a totally different response from them. So I'm like, I'm going to go to where my success rate is much higher. My success rate is much higher over here than it is over here. It's only natural that you would do something like that. So yeah. So that's how that dynamic end up working out. And that's when I end up meeting my baby mom. And that was also funny too, is because she met me on MySpace. Was big and popular back then. It still sounds so funny as MySpace. But my baby mom, she found me on MySpace or whatever. Now, if you guys don't know, my baby mom is white, but she's Macedonian. She's European. She's European, and she's Muslim. She's a white Muslim. But yeah, she's Macedonian. Most of her family lives in Macedonia. She don't really have relatives here. So it's only her mom, her father, and probably like 2 of her uncles, and she has a cousin. But her mom and them were immigrants. They came here years ago and stuff like that. So she was born here in America. So my baby mom, she has an accent too. She's Macedonian, and she's Muslim or whatever. But the only thing she don't wear the hijabs. That's the only thing she don't wear. Only in there, every time she has to visit her country, she has to wear the hijab, but she don't wear the hijab or whatever. But said Mugen was a player back in the day. He said I never had much problem with white girls like that. We don't have Asians like that in the South though. S'more is called bro. Every country has their problems. So yeah. So and then what made me mad was when my brother Keo, he was dating an Asian chick. So he had an Asian chick and I had a white chick. And the crazy thing about it is, you should see the amount of hate I used to get from black women. Walking the neighborhood with my girlfriend. My girlfriend hold my hand, and you know my girlfriend, she bad as shit, like and stuff like that. And you see all the black dudes like, oh, damn, like what the, and then but the black girls, oh man, their blood was boiling. And let me tell you how bad it was, especially when it comes to black women and white women and shit. Or just any black woman, you know, when she sees a black man with a woman with a different nationality and color. We used to go to, every time we used to go to McDonald's, right? Is these 2 black girls that worked at this McDonald's, and it always appeared that every time you go to this McDonald's, it's all in order. It's always those girls that's always there that day we decide to go. And I remember every time me and my brother Keel used to walk in with our girlfriends. The 2 black girls that used to be at the front counter, they would start laughing. They start chuckling and laughing and shit, and would say, "Hey yo, look at them," and shit like that. Every time I would walk in with my white girlfriend and my brother walking with his Asian girlfriend and shit. And what they would do is, every time we used to go to the front counter and make and order our food, they would purposely fuck up our girlfriend's order, and they would do it on purpose. And then me and my brothers would bring our girlfriend's food to the table. And we see that the orders mess up, they would laugh. They would purposely laugh. They would purposely fuck up the order. And it got so bad to the point where we get to the front, we started arguing with them and shit like that, to the point we had to get the managers and shit like that. Because it happened 3 times. It happened 3 times. Every time we walked in there and they weren't there, they would purposely fuck up their meals. Because they didn't like the fact is that we were dating a white girl and an Asian girl. That it was that petty. It was that fucking petty. Yeah, it was that fucking petty. It was that petty. And we stopped. And after a while, we stopped going to that McDonald's. We stopped going to that McDonald's. But every time, we used to get a ton of stares from black women or whatever like that. Black dudes. I've never had that problem with black dudes. Only problem I had with black dudes was the pro-black. The pro-black used to get an attitude or have a problem with me being with a white girl or whatever like that, or have a problem with my brother being with an Asian woman and shit like that. It was only the pro-blacks that we had issue with. But the typical black dude, they're like, yo, you got a snow bunny. Like, yo, props and shit like that. But other than that, man, but every time we ran across black women, they always had a problem. And then I'm like, yo, none of y'all fucking wanted me. All y'all did was clown at me, laugh at me, and tease me. That's all y'all did. And guess what? I never took it out. And like I said, I still dated black chicks. But I never took my anger out on them. I never had bitterness against black women. Like, for what? If you don't fucking want me, you don't fucking want me. So the fuck what? But they used to get really, really petty when anytime they see a white woman clutched on my arms. And it was just, it used to boggle my mind. So, okay, now we're going to talk about my hair real quick. Because I know a lot of you guys, people keep asking questions about my hair. But I'm going to pull up something real quick. So give me a second, guys. Let's see. Let me go to my, I gotta pull up a few things. Let me go to my, go to my social media. We're gonna get to my hair because I'm always being attacked by my hair as well. So we're gonna talk about that. And explain to you guys about my hair in a second. I'm gonna grab a few things before we get to that discussion. And I appreciate the fact is that a lot of you guys, you know, you'll like my hair too. So let me grab this. I just want to grab a few things because it's a few things I just want to show you guys so I can explain everything to you guys. Grab this. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything else. I want to make sure I grab everything. Want to make sure okay, so let me go to my other folder. I want to make sure I got everything that I need before we get into this discussion about my hair. All right, so we go to this folder, grab this. Say here is a. They be asking, can they touch it and shit? Yeah, I won't get into all that. I'm gonna get into all that with you guys. This is gonna be fun. Your guys about to get educated on my hair and everything in a second. I just want to grab all the things so I can be able to explain everything to you guys and prep all this. I guess like I can definitely make this into videos the way I've been going through this with you guys and everything. So let me see. All right, let me grab this. Go in this folder. So y'all can see the evolution of everything. Alright, picture. Go to grab these pictures. All about me. Okay. Alright, put this here. The picture. Bam. Mugen Lord folder. I'm really having fun with you guys, man. Like, this was supposed to be a tier list, but it's ended up diverting. We still going to try to finish this tier list. If not, I'm going to pick the tier list up onto another stream because I always have fun talking to you guys, and the stream never goes the way that it's supposed to go because we always get sidetracked, and the sidetrack is actually much more fun. Much more fun than what we actually supposed to be talking about. that always ends up happening. All right, so we're going to go to my archives. Okay, let's see my folder, Brian folder. Okay. Oh man, I gotta give y'all a lesson, a complete lesson on all this. Damn, them pictures old. All right, let me put that in here. that. Alright, so almost done. Alright. Should I grab? Yeah, alright. I'm going to grab this because this is the important one. Grab my this is gonna be funny. All right, grab this. This is crazy. All right, let me see. All right, cool. Can't even see it. It's too low. It's too the light. All right, we'll run with this. All right, so I guess we'll start with this first. All right, so let me grab. I don't even have all my stuff here. I guess we'll run with this. 1 second. Okay. All right, cool. I'm just grabbing some stuff to show off what the stuff with the hair. Okay. For starters, before we even get into my hair length, for starters, all right, everybody's here. All right. All right. So first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with what my hair looked like back when I was in high school and whatever like that. We'll start with that first, so you guys can get a feel of what Mugen Lord hair was like before. All right, so I'm gonna bring this up. So this is what we want to do. This part, I guess we can. I'll probably upload this as a highlight video for those of you guys who want to know the origin of Mugen Lord's hair. So this is what we want to do. Alright, so a lot of you guys been asking questions, and a lot of people been attacking me. Like, every time people see me or see my hair, they always say it must be like I have a perm and all this other type of stuff. And what makes me so mad about, especially when a lot of pro-black people always attack me when they talk about my hair, they always trying to say that, you know, I'm trying to be white and all this other type of stuff. And the thing that really makes me mad is they don't say that about Snoop Dogg. They don't say that about Cat Williams or many other black folks like James Brown or whatever like that who wear their hair out. So for starters, a black man can have his hair like this without it being permed. Without it being permed. And it seems like that a lot of pro-black people or these black folks who are so pro-black, they appear to have PhDs in blackness, but don't understand that black people come in many different colors, different shapes, sizes, and even when it comes to our hair, and we can do whatever we want with our hair. That's what's so amazing about black people and our hair. We can do so much with our hair. We can shape our hair into any way we want. But the moment you have your hair straight, you're trying to be European. You're trying to be white. What the fuck? Like I can't take my hair and have it any way I want because I'm my own individual. I'm not trying to be white at all. I want my hair straight. I like it straight. But guess what? I also have my hair in other styles as well. And we're going to get into that in a second. Because there's one more, I forgot, there's one more thing I forgot to grab. Before I miss it. Because that's the thing that irritates me. Alright, cool. Let me put this in my folder. Okay. Perfect. We'll put this in the folder. Alright, perfect. We'll do this. So yeah. So what my hair originally looks like before my hair got long, my hair was like this. Now, even when my hair was like this, I had good grade hair. My hair was very wavy. People said my hair was an ocean, that you can swim in it. My hair was that fucking good. And all I used to do was carry a brush around and brush my fucking hair. He said my white hairstyle was very fragile. Yeah. So this is my brother Keo right here with the hat. But there's me with the flannel shirt. This is me right here. This is what my hair looked like before I went to college. This is me a senior in high school. This was my hairstyle. My hair stayed short. I didn't play around when it came to my hair. I stayed in the barbershop. My hair was the oceans, man. It was ridiculous. And then I decided to start growing out my hair. Now, what made me grow my hair? What made me grow my hair? My father made me want to grow my hair. My father inspired me. This is the wonders of having a father in your life, because you always start building a pattern and you start to mimic your father. My father was the first to grow his hair out because he wanted dreads. He wanted dreads. That's what he was going for. He was going for dreads. So the first thing he did first was he grew his hair out. Now the thing was, my dad didn't want us to get cornrows because at the time, especially living in South Philly, the drug game was crazy in South Philly, and most of the murders, most of the black suspects that were getting locked up and everything had cornrows. They had cornrows, a white T-shirt, Air Force Ones, and jeans. And my dad refused to allow us to have cornrows because then we become part and mixed in with the criminal population. We'll start being profiled, and my dad refused to allow us to wear white T-shirts or anything. That was the drug dealer uniform. If you had those things, you were getting profiled by the police. That's why when you see the flannel shirts, you see with Keo wearing these shirts, police wouldn't fuck with us because we looked in nothing like in the rest of the hood niggas. The rest of the hood niggas, all they wore were Dickies, Air Force Ones, Timberland boots, blue jeans, and a white T-shirt, and cornrows. Those were the indications. That's what got you profiled. Because all the crime and all the murders was happening, the suspect always wore those things. So my father would not let us walk outside with a white tee, jeans, and sneakers. Because you was not only targeted by the police, you was targeted by people who look like you. Because now you look like a nigga who shot somebody else's nigga up. So now other niggas is looking at you sideways because you dress that way. But we got in more scuffles with people that look like me only got to 2 police encounters, and we'll talk about that later. But other than that, most of the problems came from niggas that look like me. I got stuck up at gunpoint at the basketball court. We couldn't even play basketball in our neighborhood without being fucked around with by niggas who just want to fuck with you. But we'll get into that in a second. But back to the hair. So my dad, he was my inspiration because he grew out his hair. He grew out his hair first, and he would wear the cornrows first, and then we went from the cornrows because when you wear cornrows and you tighten your hair, it pulls on your scalp. It pulls. So that's what gives you the long length. The reason why my hair is long, guys, because people think that I was just straight hair at first. No, I wore cornrows. I wore individual braids, which I'll show you in a second. The reason why my hair got so long is because I kept my hair in cornrows. The longer you keep your hairs in cornrows, because my mom's a hairstylist. It's a hairstylist. All my mom do is do hair. My mom had a shit ton of clients. My mom was a professional hairstylist. So my mom used to braid my hair. And the reason why my hair is long, because I always kept my hair in cornrows. That's why my hair was always long. It stayed that way. It pulls on the scalp. It pulls on your hair. That's how you get the length. And plus genetics on top of that. So after that, my dad inspired me. He inspired Keo too. Even my little brother Dick Strike. We saw our dad grow his hair out. We wanted to do the same thing as our dad. The only difference is Dad wouldn't allow us to get cornrows. He wouldn't allow us to get it. And once we turned 18, my dad, we were grown after that. My dad said, well, you grown. I can't stop you from doing it. You grown. But at the time, I was like 16, 17. He would not let us get cornrows. So, when I started growing my hair out, guess what? I had an afro. I started carrying around a hair pick. Yeah. I started picking my hair out. Always go true, yeah. I started picking my hair out. Then we fast forward. Over time. Oh. I also had my hood nigga period at I had my hood nigga phase too. And that kept me in trouble. Cause this is where all of a sudden I'm starting to attract a lot of black girls. When I started dressing like this, that's when I started getting a lot of drama. But yeah, this was my hood nigga phase. Cause I was a rapper then. I was a rapper then, and I was going through my hood nigga phase. He said, in your old movie stories, you had a huge afro. Yeah. He said, looking like Ace Hood. Yeah. I had my hood nigga phase for a second. Now the thing was, even though I had my hood nigga face, I wasn't acting like a hood nigga. I was still Brian. I just dressed like a hood nigga. And that's what I did. I just dressed like a hood nigga, but I was still Brian. I wasn't acting different or anything. I was still me. But when the moment I started dressing like this, I noticed I started gaining attention with a lot of black chicks after that when I started dressing like this. But that was that phase. That was the hood nigga phase. So, to show you guys, over time, this is what my hair looked like. This is what my hair looked like now. You see all this hair? This is what my hair looked like now. This is not a perm. This is my hair. After I wash it. After I pick it out. I got so much hair. It's so thick, it lays down. It's heavy. My hair is very heavy. It's very thick. So after I pick it out, because I have a hairstylist, which is my two college friends. These two black chicks that I'm cool with. They do my hair. They've been taking care of my hair. They trained my hair. The reason why my hair is so good. That's the thing about hair. You can't have a bunch of different people styling and doing your hair. So if you have a woman that's doing your hair, only have one woman do your hair, because your hair will conform to how she does it. So what happens is I have one person. Well, I used to rotate, but now I have one person doing it because the other person, she lives somewhere else, so I really can't get to her. But the other one lives in Philly. She trains my hair. She is the only one who's allowed to do my hair. So when you have one person doing your hair is trained a certain way. It would grow a certain way. It would lay a certain way over time. And this would happen. She does my hair. She does a good job with my hair. And this is what my hair looks like when you take it, when you wash it and when you blow dry it and when you pick it out. This is how my hair look. This is how it look. So how am I trying to be European? Can somebody tell me that? How am I trying to be European? How? This is how my hair naturally look. After you wash it, after you braid it, after you wash it out and pick it out, this is how my hair looks. Why do my hair look silky? Why does it look the way it look? Because the moment people see my hair that it looks silky, people automatically assume it's the perm. And I'm about to explain why my hair looks this way. Now, after my hair is straightened, this is how my hair looks after it's straightened. This is how my hair look. Why does it look so shiny? Why? Now, I'm about to give you a hair lesson. Now, when it comes to black folks, our hair is very sensitive. What I mean by sensitive is every night I wear a cap. I wear a bonnet on my hair, on my head. Guys, let me go back to this. Okay. Guys, I wear a bonnet on my hair, on my head. I wear a bonnet. The reason why I wear a bonnet is because black people, when it comes to our hair receives a lot of breakage when we lay on it. Black folks, we cannot lay on our head. We break our hair. If you're trying to go for long hair, you can't lay on your hair. You have to wrap it up. I wear a bonnet every day. When I'm not on camera, right now you see my hair. The moment I turn this camera off and walk off stream, this goes on my head. A bonnet stays on my head every day. The only time it comes off is when I'm outside and I'm going to the store, or I'm going out and I'm hanging out. That's the only time you see my hair out. Other than that, this fucking bonnet is on my head because it protects my hair when I lay on it. He said, yeah, you wear Miss Buttersworth. Yeah. She don't expose the secret. Although black people here had the highest strength for hair. No. We cannot lay on our hair. We break it. We will break our hair. Now, to let you guys know, my hair used to be almost down to my butt. But since I never wore a bonnet a long time ago, over time my hair started breaking. It started breaking so bad. When I went to go get my hair done, they said, yo, I can't straighten it. You have too much breakage. I have to cut it. So they had to cut my hair. They had to cut all of it off, but they had to chop off a good amount of it because it was so broken, and I had to start all over again. So now my hair is and right now, like when my hair sweats, my hair curls up, and when it curls up, the length shortens. Like that, but my hair is really, really long, and it's getting long again. But my hair was almost down to my butt. You put your hair in the man before you sleep, yeah. So you said, so what happens is I put my hair in. Well, there's two things I would do. If I'm lazy, I would just put it in a ponytail, and then put the bonnet on. Or sometimes either my daughter or my sister, what my daughter would do, she would get hairpins and she would put it in a honeycomb wrap. She would put my hair in a honeycomb wrap, and then my daughter would put pins in it, and then she would put the bonnet over it. That's what you're supposed to do. But that's too much damn work, because the problem I have is once my daughter put it in the honeycomb and put the pins in it, when I wake up in the morning, I have to take the pins out, and then now my hair all fucked up because of it being wrapped. So now I have to brush it out a certain way. Now my hair is all fucked up. And then my daughter has to come in and repart my hair again. And that's too much work. So what I just do, I just ponytail it. Said Brian Rolfe. Your hair? Yeah. My hair sweats. It sweats a lot. My hair is so thick it sweats. And when it sweat, my hair gets fluffy. You see it's starting to lose its the ends is starting to lose its straightness. It's starting to fluff up. It's starting to curl up because my hair sweats. Because my hair is so thick, it's not breathing or whatever like that. So it starts to sweat. So the moment my hair starts to sweat, my hair starts to get like a nappy. It starts to get really, really nappy or whatever like that. It's like a nappy streak or whatever when it starts to sweat. So you have to have a bonnet on your head. You have to have a bonnet on your head before you go to, if anything, you have to have a bonnet on your head, because if you don't, you're going to experience breakage. Now, why do my hair look shiny? With black folks, our hair dries faster than any other race. Our hair dries. We get dry scalp, dry skin, and it has a lot to do where we come from. Like, a lot of us come from Africa, where the equator is at, and the heat and stuff like that. So our hair dries up really bad. Our scalp dries up really, really bad. And that's also what causes breakage. So as a black person, you have to keep your hair moist. If you don't keep your hair moist, you're going to get a lot of breakage, and it's going to fuck up your hair. So the reason why my hair is shiny is because of this. It's natural. It's African. It's infused coconut oil spray. It's an oil sheen. It's made of coconut. It's coconut. You spray it on your hair. which I need to be doing. And you don't spray it every day. You can do it like every 2 days or every 3 days because you don't want to get too much oil build up, and then you start getting that dirt and flakes and shit like that. You're not supposed to do it like that, or do it once a week. Spray it on I spray it on me. It smells good too. This is why my hair looks shiny, because it puts a shine on it. It's like a coating on it, and it keeps my hair and my scalp moist. It stops it from being dry, and it's healthy. It's natural. It's coconut. Yes. So that's why people think it's a perm. No, I don't put no chemicals in my hair. This is all natural. Now, I'm not done yet. You know why my hair stays straight? You know why my hair stays extra straight for so long? There's a natural shampoo and conditioner called Entei. And this one is called Nairobi. It's all African shit. Nairobi, and you have Entei. It's natural. It's not a perm or anything. And it costs $80 because you get the shampoo, you get the conditioner, and you get 2 other things that you get. Oh, and you have to put butterscotch in your hair. It's a butterscotch. Butterscotch have natural nutrients in it. So what happens is, and you're supposed to do this at least once every 3 months or every 6 months. So what happens is, how the system works is, especially is a pain in the ass when it comes to doing my hair. The more hair I have, the longer it takes. It takes 4 hours to get to do this. My hair, it takes 4 hours to straighten my hair. 4 hours. Why does it take 4 hours? Because this is how the process works. Essentially, my hairstylist, what she does is, first she has to put my hair in pigtails. She has to put them in. She put them in pigtails to separate, so she can get in my scalp. So she can put the comb in my scalp, scratch all to get the flakes or whatever the dandruff, and she scrapes the fuck out of it. And it feels good too. She scrapes the fuck out of it, get the dandruff out, and then she'll braid it. She'll braid the other side or whatever. So since I have so much hair, I got so many pigtails and shit like that. So she can separate it to get to the scalp. Because since I have so much, that's why it takes long. It's getting to the scalp. I got too much hair. So she gets into it. And then after that, she goes in and she has to wash my hair. That's when she used the Entei shampoo. She puts the shampoo in my hair. She wash it and everything. And then what she does is she'll leave the shampoo in my hair for like 15-20 minutes. So she pulls me from the sink, and we just sit down and talk for like, while my hair is all wet with the shampoo sitting in it. She lets it sit for 15-20 minutes or whatever like that. Yeah. So she let it sit in there for like 15-20 minutes, and then she takes me back to the sink. She washes the shampoo out. Then she gets the conditioner, the Entei or the Nairobi conditioner. She puts that in my hair. Now, the conditioner needs to stay in your hair for 30 minutes. Because what happens is, what it does is it loosens the curls. So when she puts a brush through it, it slides through it easily. That's what the conditioner's for. The conditioner untangles the hair. So she puts the conditioner in there, and she keeps it in my head for 30 minutes. So we sit down again, we talk, laugh, joke, and whatever, they catch up on things for 30 minutes. Then what she does is take it back to the sink, wash the conditioner out. Then get the hair, what they call that? The hair dryer. Now the sticky part comes in, the butterscotch that it comes with. So she has to put butterscotch in my hair. Put the butterscotch in my hair, because butterscotch is a nutrient. It has good calories and it's good growth for your hair. So he said his hair kind of looked like Charlie aka Penguins. Yeah, the Tammy look from Naruto. So yeah, so she put the butterscotch in my hair, and this, remember, you can eat this butterscotch too. It's sweet and everything. Put the butterscotch in my hair and everything, so my hair is really, really sticky. And then you put this special type of foil over it, and then sit your head underneath the hair dryer for about 30 minutes. Sit under there for 30 minutes or whatever. Then after that, rinse the butterscotch out, And then now we on to the real part. Now we finally get into the real part. Now she has to blow dry the hair. Now what she does is she get a blow dryer with a blow dryer comb. You connect the comb to the blow dryer and she blows it and brushes it. Now my hair is not tangled anymore. Now my mom called it cooties. When you ever, as a black kid or as you're growing up as a black child, when your mom run a comb through your hair and it hurts because it pulls on your hair, my mom called it cooties when I was a kid. So yeah, now the cooties are going. The cooties are going because of the conditioner. So now as she's blow drying my hair, the comb is just sliding through my hair. It's just sliding through it with no problem. There's no tanglement. There's none of that going on. Yeah, hair dryer is not good if you're doing it every week. There's nothing wrong with using the hair dryer. The hair dryer is nothing wrong with the hair dryer at all. You're not supposed to put heat in your hair every day. So I use the hair dryer, especially the hair dryer itself, once every 6 months. There's nothing wrong with that. So it's not gonna fuck up your hair. But yeah, so she put the blow dryer, she runs it through, and now it's going through, and my hair is just looking beautiful. It's just laying down as she's brushing through it. So after she does that part, now we about to start the hair now, and this is now we didn't even start the process of doing my hair yet, straightening my hair. All that's already almost what? That's like 2 hours already, or 2.5 going on 3 hours already. Just by doing that. Didn't even start straightening my hair yet. So, now, the next part. Now she has to separate my hair into parts so she can straighten each part. So she has to do it. The part that really gets me, I hate. She has to go in the back of my hair and get the little thin hair, which is the cooties. She gets the little thin hairs, and she has to do this. Now she uses the hair. This is the hair straightener. The hair straightener right here. This is the hair straightener. This is the hair straightener. And now she has to take each parts that she parted, and now she has to take a comb and pull the comb as she takes the straightener. And the worst parts, because I'm tender-headed. I'm very tender-headed. So I feel all of that heat coming from that comb, from that straightener. But she's nowhere near my skin. But that heat. So she takes the comb and then she takes the straightener and she pulls on it. And as she keep pulling, it's just straightening it. It's just straightening it and then straightening it and then it straightens it and straightens it. And then she finally gets to every part of my hair. So then the last part, after she finished, the hot comb. Now she only used the hot comb. She only used the hot comb to press on my ends. She takes the end of the hot comb, like the flat part of the hot comb, and she presses it on my ends, the flat of my ends and stuff like that. And then there you go. My hair is straight. My hair looks like my hair ends up looking like this. But to these people, that's me being white. To me, oh, thanks for the subscription. I know somebody sent me a super chat. For some reason, it didn't pop up on screen. I don't know why it doesn't do that. And I also appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Yeah. But to these people, that's me being white. For some strange reason, I'm being white. That's just that's me being white. I'm looking to be accepted by white people and everything. This is what these people are saying on Twitter. I'm trying to be white. I want to be accepted as white and everything. Now, what inspired me? Oh yeah, also let me show you Keo. Even Keo had his hair straight at one point, just for a little bit. He don't do it a lot. This was back in 2000. This is like 2000. I would like this. 2000. My daughter wasn't born yet, so it wasn't 2009. This was like 2008. This was in 2008. Me and my brother Keo both had our hair straight. So to me, you're not being white, but my ex didn't like doing all that work. She did the child treatment. Maybe that's something to look into. As Infinite would say, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So me and my brother sometimes will wear, and our girlfriends took this picture. The Asian chick and my white girlfriend, my baby mom, they took this picture. We was down in at City Hall, in Center City. We was out on a double date, and they took the picture or whatever like that. But yeah, but to these people, that's me being white. I'm looking for white acceptance. I'm trying to be European and everything. And it's crazy how I'm attacked for having for wanting to have my hair straight, but yet you got black women every day walking around with fucking weaves in their hair. And then they get the different color weaves. They get the blonde weaves, they get the cotton candy weaves and stuff, but I'm trying to be white, right? And this is the thing, this is my natural hair. I don't got no fake ass hair in my head. This is all my hair. But yet I'm the one that's trying to be white. I like you cannot make this shit up at all. You cannot make this shit up. And then another one right here. This is my individual braids. This is not straight hair. These are braids. I also had individual braids. That's the beautifulness. That's what's beautiful about being black, man. Like, I'm proud of who I am. And the fact is that I'm able to do whatever I want. My hair has so much versatility, it's not funny. I can get it in any style that I want. And fuck whoever, y'all can believe what you want to believe. You think I'm trying to be white, then go ahead. You can think that all you want. But I know who I am, and I'm proud of who I am. And the fact is that I can take my hair and put it in any style that I want. And the reason why my hair is long is because I always had my hair in braids. That's why my hair is long. But people who don't know me swear that my hair was just straight since the very beginning. Now, what inspired me to go a different path with the straight hair? And I'll tell you in a second. One second, guys. I just want to grab the image. I'm going to tell you what you want to know what inspired me? I'm going to show you what inspired me in a second. And then it should make sense to you. All right, I got it right here. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to bring it up in a second. All right, here we go. All right, pull this up. You want to see what inspired me to get long hair? This nigga right here, Future Trunks. Every black kid, black teen, black young man loved Dragon Ball Z. Akira Toriyama, God bless his soul. It was Future Trunks that inspired me. Because during this time, I was starting to go to the gym. Dragon Ball Z inspired me to work out because I love how ripped these dudes are. Every black kid, black nerd, wanted to be Goku in them. Wanted to be Goku. We didn't see color. It was Future Trunks that made me want to grow my hair out. Future Trunks did this. When I seen how badass he just looked so badass, especially with the black tank top. He had the long hair and shit like that. And I just started going to the gym as a young man and stuff. Started pumping up. And I was like, yo, man, like, I'm already growing my hair out. I'm already wearing the braids. I was like, yo, man, I want to know. I like to see what I look like with the black tank top and long hair and shit like that. That's what inspired me. Future Trunks. Future Trunks inspired me and said, yo, I want to try something different. Let me try the long hair. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to be white and shit like that. Every black nerd wanted to go Super Saiyan. I just wanted to have long hair. I wasn't trying to be fucking white. I wasn't trying to do none of that shit. I wasn't trying to do none of that. It was Future Trunks. That nigga did it. I wanted to try it. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Dragon Ball Z, that's why Toriyama, man, God rest his soul. Dragon Ball Z inspired a lot of young men and just people in general, man. It inspired grown-ass men, too. And it damn sure inspired me. Future Trunks, he was my inspiration to grow it, to have it straight. But then people would ask, well, how come you never go back to braids anymore? Every once in a while, I would do braids or whatever. Every once in a while, I would do braids. The reason why you never see me with the braids on, because most of the time, especially a long time ago, because you know my content a long time ago, I never really showed myself much. Every once in a while, I may do a video showing myself, but most of my video was voiceovers. And back then, when I was doing a lot of those voiceovers, my hair was braided or whatever. Now, why do you see my hair straight more than anything else? You have to understand, my hair became a brand. My hair is a brand. My hair has become a brand. When people walk down the street, people know who I am and say, yo, that's the boy from YouTube. You don't know how many times I went to conventions. And people say, oh shit, it's Mugen Lord. It's Mugen Lord. It's Mugen Lord. And people will run up to me and stuff. You know why? My fucking hair. Now my hair is a brand. That's why I keep it straight most of the time. Because it's a brand now. My hair is synonymous with with Mugen TV and who I am on the internet. That's why I take care of it. I try to do it. Try to keep it clean, keep it as straight as possible. Now I go to when I go to conventions, just like last year, I went to this J1Con, which is a black owned anime convention. And when I went there, I was at the table. And then all of a sudden, one of the guys walked by and said, wait a minute. Yo, no, that can't be. No way. That's Mugen Lord. Then he ran over and grabbed everybody else. Started bringing people over because it's my hair. My hair, everybody recognizes me now because I wear my hair out so much. People recognize me with that. Recognize me because of my hair. The hair became my brand. That's why I wear my hair out now more than anything. Because my hair is a brand. I'm a brand now. I'm on the internet. I'm on social media. People know me because of my hair. Every time people comment, they comment because of... Every time you look in the comments of my video, you're guaranteed to find somebody that's talking about my hair. I get... in a positive way or a negative way. It doesn't matter. My hair is a brand. Yeah, of course. But my hair brings it in. It's a brand. And that's why you'll probably see it in braids again sometime soon. But my hair stays like this now. Because when I walk out and when I go to conventions and I go to places, people recognize me when they see this hair. And I market myself this way because of my hair. So I'm not going to change. I'm not going to sit there and change up because I want to satisfy people on the internet to try to prove how black I am. I don't have to prove that. You've seen all the different hairstyles, all the different braids, and all kinds of stuff that I've done with my hair. I don't have to prove shit to nobody. I love my hair straight, and I love it the way it is, and I'm not going to change that shit. No matter how many times these people try to argue with me on Twitter, call me white, call me European, call me whatever the fuck they want to call me. I'm not going to sit here and try to prove to you how black I am. I know who I am. I'm comfortable in my skin. And speaking of comfortable in my skin, it was hard. It was hard wearing straight hair when I first started doing this. What do I mean by it was hard? Because the moment I started wearing my hair straight, a lot of people in my neighborhood was making fun of me or making sly remarks as I walked by them, especially from black women. When I used to catch public transportation, I would get on the bus. I would sit down and it would be a group of black girls on the bus. Soon I get on the bus, they would look at me and start laughing out loud. They don't care if I hear them. They don't care if I see them talking about me. They would fucking do it. They would laugh. And I would overhear them. They would call me a tranny. They would call me all kinds of stuff. Because my hair is long and shit like that. And they don't give a fuck. They just fucking ignorant. I used to get that a whole lot. And the thing that used to bother me was I would get on the bus, the black girls used to laugh at me and stuff, and then you of course you got the black guys, yo, oh my god, you see this nigga hair and shit like that. They all used to clown me. And then one time this old white woman get on the bus, and she kept staring at me, and I said, oh shit, here we now they got this old white woman staring at me. Now I'm thinking all kinds of shit. I'm thinking that, you know, I'm thinking she being racist, or she's drawn whatever conclusions in her head and shit like that. And then the old white woman, before she got off the bus, she walked over to me and she said, young man, your hair looks gorgeous. Everybody that was black on the bus teased and clowned me, but this old white woman said that my hair was gorgeous. I was like, and it shocked me because I wasn't expecting it. Cause at first I thought she was about to be ignorant, but it shocked me. Then I started noticing that Hispanic women like my hair, white women, Asian women, but every time when it came to my hair, the only problems I had was with people who look like me. That was giving me issues. Now, I will say this: the older generation black folks had no issue with my hair. They would call me Samson, especially the old black women from church. They would call me Samson, and they would tell me to look out for Delilah. Stay away from Delilah. And older black men would call me Kang when they see my hair. They would call me Kang. And they told me to never cut my hair. And then some of the conscious black men would say that, believe that black people, our hair, has a frequency with the universe. That it has something to do with our vibration. That we're more in tune with the universe because of our hair. Or whatever like that. And the longer our hair is, the more in tune that we are with the universe. That's what the black conscious community would say. Because my uncle is very conscious, and he always used to talk about, you know, my hair. And a lot of black people that I knew who was conscious used to talk about my hair and how black folks and our hair is in tune with the universe and shit like that. And he was saying that don't ever cut your hair. The longer my hair is, the more balanced I am spiritually and consciously and shit like that. So a lot of the conscious folks would like my hair. The black conscious folks, or that part of the black community, don't have issues with my hair or whatever. And what made it so crazy was how this one black guy who was in the conscious community, he used Samson in the Bible as a perfect example. Because, you know, in the Bible, they said Samson had long hair. Now, many black folks says that Samson was black or whatever. But just hear where I'm going with this. But the conscious community believed that Samson was black in the Bible and stuff like that. And what happened was, Samson was like a Marvel character in the Bible. He was super strong. I mean, and no one can fuck with Samson. And they were afraid of Samson because of his strength. And they say he was protected by God, etc., etc. No, and people were looking for his weakness. Or whatever. And because no one knew how to defeat him. So what the enemy did was they sent a woman in there. Now they said that they said that this is where they get this whole black and white thing come from. Because people say Samson was black, and they said Delilah was a white woman or whatever like that. Just hear me out with this. So they sent Delilah in there. She was gorgeous, beautiful. And Samson fell in love with her. And God had left Samson instructions to not reveal anything about his weakness. But ever since he got with Delilah, he started going against God. All the instructions God had left Samson, he started going against it ever since he got with Delilah. Because of her beauty and everything. So what we find out is, in the Bible, the weakness to Samson is if he drinks wine. So what happened was, wine and his hair. His hair was his strength. Now, no one knew that. The only person that knew it was because he shared it with Delilah, because he thought that Delilah loved him. So what she did was, he got drunk. He was drinking a lot of grapes and wine and stuff. That also fucked with his abilities. But when he got around Delilah, he was laying with Delilah, and Delilah started talking to him. The pussy was good. The pussy was so good, he started spilling out his weakness. She kept asking him what was his weakness. And he said, God told me to never cut my hair. Never cut my hair. So what happened was, Samson went to sleep because he was sleeping with Delilah. Delilah left. When Samson went to sleep, Delilah left. When he woke up, all his hair was cut off. When he looked up, he found out that Delilah cut his fucking hair, and she brought the enemy in. She brought the enemy in and said, yo, we finally got this nigga. Now we be able to take him down. Now he's like, yo, you betrayed me. Yeah. So Delilah, he's like, he was hurt. He's like, yo, I trusted this woman. I was in love with this woman, and I even shared my weakness when I wasn't supposed to. God left him specific instructions about that and not to share it with anybody. But like I said, it tells you how powerful a woman is, especially when she gives up that pussy too, and she's beautiful on top of that. She can destroy kingdoms. She can take the most powerful man and take him down. Women are powerful. But anyway, now he was crushed. Now the enemy got him. He's inside the temple. They fucking Samson up. So now Delilah's also feeling bad too. Like, oh shit, like, damn, like why, like now, cause they beating on him. They fucking Samson up. So what happened was, while he's inside the temple, he stands in between these two pillars, and he prays to God, and he says to God, Lord, please give me strength one last time. And then what he did was he took the pillars, God gave him strength one last time, and he collapsed the temple. And it killed him, Delilah, and everybody, and all the soldiers. Killed all of them. He killed himself, he killed Delilah, killed all of them. So, why am I mentioning this? Well, the conscious community, what they say about Samson is the reason why Samson was strong is because of his hair. And he was a black man, and because they believe that black people and our hair has a high frequency and we're more in tune with the universe. And he was saying that the reason why he has this strength is because of his hair and how long his hair was, and he was more in tune with the universe, which gave him his strength. And the moment he cut his hair off is when he lost that frequency, when he was no longer in sync with the universe. So that's how the conscious community like tie that story in with the Bible and the story of Samson and stuff like that. So I don't get problems from a lot of the conscious community when they see my hair. They always call me Kang, and they always tell me to never cut my hair and stuff like that, and that I'm in tune with the universe and stuff like that. So I never get that problem from that sector, of the black community and stuff like that. I'm more embraced from that side, but them pro-blacks, woo, man. The fact that I'm with a white woman, the fact that I got straight hair, all kinds of stuff. I get all kinds of hate from that community. I'm a sellout. I'm all kinds of shit. And then because of my political views, I'm an Uncle Tom. I'm a coon. My blackness comes into question because of what I believe in politically and socially and stuff like that. I'm all kinds of stuff. Like you would think that that like the way that I'm treated, that there's this big council of blackness, like there's a council or a board of pro-blacks, and they just took my black card from me and then just sent me my coon certificate through the mail and some shit like that. The way they treat me and the way they talk about me, and it's just super racist as fuck, man. Like super, like all my blackness all hinges on a certain belief system that I'm supposed to have, and black people, we come in so many different thoughts. We all think differently. We all not one monolith. We all supposed to think the same politically, spiritually, and all these other type of stuff. We all come from different backgrounds. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I have the same experience as you do. You have a different experience than me. I have a different experience than you. And the thing is, what also upsets me is too, growing up in my life, I always, even when it comes down to my relatives, or even when it comes down to other black folks in my community, my peers and stuff, I've always used to get shunned for having two parents. I always used to get picked on and teased, and always got looked down upon for having two parents, both my parents. They always call me, you think you perfect because you got two parents and stuff like that. Because my mentality and how I think is totally different. And then I also had people who wish my father died just so I can suffer and go through the pain that they go through because they have a single mom. I literally had people say that shit to me, that they wish my dad was dead. That's the shit that I used to go through. Go through it every time growing up. And also, another thing that used to get me, we go to the supermarket one time. Because my dad's like my best friend. Me and my dad, we always hang out. Me and my dad is always talking. And me and my dad just chill together. Like, my dad is my best friend. I don't really have many friends. My dad is my friend. So I go, wherever he goes, I go. Or wherever I go, my dad steps out with me. When I say, yo, I'm about to go to the supermarket real quick, my dad like, yo, I'm coming with you, son. And then we get in the car, I'm driving, we just laughing and joking and stuff. That's the type of relationship that I got. And what I do like, the older generation black folks, when they see me and my dad, they be thinking my dad is like my brother or something like that. And this one black woman is like, oh man, it's nice that you out with, you know, two brothers is out. I said, no, that's my dad. They said, what? Cause how my dad looks young and stuff like that. And they was like, yo, that's a beautiful thing to see a father and son like running around, laughing and joking and acting like they're best friends. That's a beautiful thing to see because you don't see shit like that in our community. So the older generation never have any issue. It's people that's younger and people that's my age that I'm always going back and forth with when it comes to my blackness. And you would think that it would be the older generation because they've been through civil rights. They've been through the racism and stuff. You would think it would be them, but it's not them. It's the younger generation who never seen racism or who never been through the struggle are the most radical ones. And then it's people my age who looks down on me, you know? But I remember one time I went to the supermarket. I was with my dad, and I'm in the supermarket. Now, this black chick, she looks about like 17, maybe 18, and she's the cashier. She's ringing up the people food that's in front of us. But as she's ringing up, she sees me and my dad. We're laughing and joking, and we're conversating with each other, or whatever. And she and her face looking all pissed off and broken up. And I'm looking like, what the fuck is her problem? So I'm pushing my dad, and my dad pushing me. We laughing and acting stupid and stuff. And my dad said, "Oh snap! I forgot. I gotta go get the collard greens." So he runs and he goes back and go grab some collard greens. So now I'm pushing the cart up with the food and stuff. She's quiet at first, and then she looks at me. So I'll say, "Hey, how you doing?" And she's like, "Hey," or whatever like that. And so, you know, she's ringing up the food, and then she looks at me and she's like, "Yo, I want to ask you something." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Why do you call him dad?" No. She asked me in this order before she asked me my dad why I call him dad. She said, "How old are you?" And at the time, I was about 24, maybe 25, or whatever like that. I said, "I'm like 25." And she said, "Oh wow." She thought I was younger than that. And she said 25, and so that's when she asked me the next question, and she said, that guy you was talking to right a few seconds ago, that's your father?" I said, "Yeah, that's my father." So she said, "Wait a minute, you're 25 years old, you're a grown ass man, why are you still calling him dad?" That baffled my mind. So I looked at her. I said, "Yeah, I'm a grown ass man, but that's my dad. What else am I supposed to call him?" But she couldn't grasp that concept is because more than likely she don't have a fucking dad. She don't know what that shit is. She don't understand that concept of a father and son and what it's like to have a father. So it bothered her. The fact is that I'm calling him dad. Even though I'm a grown ass man, I still call him dad. But that is my dad. I'm supposed to call him that out of respect, and he's my father. He gave me life. So yeah, she couldn't wrap her head around that concept of me calling him dad, because a lot of black folks in my community, a lot of them don't have a father. They don't understand that fucking concept. So I'm often penalized, or I'm often bullied or isolated because I have both of my parents. And that's why I've been going through growing up in my community, growing up being around my parents. I'm always being shunned. My parents is always being thrown in my face because I have my mother and father. That's crazy. What the hell am I listening to? Yeah, like literally, what the fuck you even supposed to call him? That's what I'm saying. Like, what am I supposed to call him? That's my fucking dad. Like, what else? What am I supposed to call him? That's what baffled my mind. Like, that's my dad. Like that's what I'm supposed to call him. That is my fucking dad. It just baffled my mind. But that's why I've been going through my entire life in my community and in my neighborhood and stuff like that. I'm penalized for having both my mother and father. And the thing is, I shared my mother and father my entire life. You gotta understand this. Another thing, for people to be pro-black and always claim to be pro-black, I guarantee you most of them don't do shit for their community. But my parents have done so much for their community. So much to the point, you see this house? My family, we never had a chance to live as a family. What do I mean, live as a family? What I mean by that is, we always moved other black families in our house. We had 7 different black families who lived with us because they had problems financially. They lost their house. They couldn't afford the rent. They were on hard times. So we will allow another black family to live with us until they were able to get themselves together so they can move out to get their own home. My whole life, I never had my family to myself. My whole life. My family was shared with everybody. I had 7 different black families that lived in my house. They had kids and everything. Single moms, everything. Lived in our house. We never really had our house to ourselves. We had so many different black families that lived with us. And yet, I'm anti-black to these people. I'm anti-black to these people. These people don't even know me. They judge me based on my hair, my political beliefs, and the things I say on the internet. They assume that I'm anti-black, that I hate myself. I'm a self-hating black man. And I'm not. I've done more. We have done more for our community, more than anybody can say. Anybody. So what I reply with? Well, yeah, what I replied with, I was like, that's my fucking dad. What am I supposed to call him? What I just said, that's why I said to her. I said, he's my dad. What else am I supposed to call him? And she said, all right. And she smirked and just bagged my stuff up. Yeah, I'm more pro-black than them. Our family took care of more black families than anybody can ever say to us. And that's what irritates me, because you don't know me. You don't know my past. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know shit. So I got some other stuff to show. So we can that can show you guys. Let me see. I'm just grabbing some other material as far as pictures to show, because every picture has a story and everything, you know. So this is stuff I wanted to show off to you guys. The impact that my family had, man, like, and that's why it bothers me, or it pisses me off, because none of these people know me, but yet they pretend they know so much about me. Now check this out. Here is some of the black young men my dad raised. None of these black men here are my dad's biological kids. My dad raised all of them. You see this room? This is my sister right here. This is my sister in the front. There's me in the back behind my homie Daryl with the fitted. I'm in the back, in back of him. You see these black young men? None of them are my biological brothers. And all these black young men call my father dad. My dad raised all of these black young men. A lot of these black young men come from broken homes and single mother households. And you see this room right here? This is my dorm room. My dad packed all these black young men in the van and took them to my college so they can apply for college. For college. My dad wanted to show these black young men there's more than the streets. My dad raised all of them. My dad raised all these black young men. These are grown-ass men. They all call my dad dad. But yet, I'm anti-black. I shared all these black young men. I shared my dad with them. I shared my mom with them. I shared my family with them. None of them are related to me. None of them are related to me by blood. But that was family. But I'm anti-black. I'm anti-black. I'm still not done yet. I got other stuff. Alright, this one right here. Another picture. They're about to leave campus. There's my mom right here. This is my mom. There's me right there. I'm all swole and shit coming from college. But they all had bought Mansfield gear. They were all excited. I took them to my college. They came to my college. They participated in all the college activities. They even went to the college parties with me. My dad is a definition of a masculine man. He raised all these young men. This is why black men are important for our communities. This is why they're important. All right, I got some other stuff. I'll show you guys in a second. Man, y'all guys about to get a history lesson of my life and shit like that. It's so much stuff that I can talk about and everything. It's not funny, man. It just takes me back. It takes me back to this era, and this is before I met my baby mom, by the way. So I'm looking for the other stuff because it's so much. I have so much history here and everything. Let me look at this so I know what's what. Clothing. All right, so we have. Oh, here we go. All right, found the other stuff. Let me see. All right, now I found it. Here's some more. Let me see. Let me grab this. I'm trying to find this funny. This is because it's a story I need to tell, and I want to make sure I got it and everything. MySpace pictures. Damn, I didn't know I had all this shit. Here, just to show you when we this is back in 2000. This picture I'm about to show you was back in 2008. No, not 8, because not yet. Because I was that was like 2007. Yeah, this is back in 2007. This is my mom, dad, Keo, my sister. There's me right there, and there's DX Strike when he was little. This is a black family. This is my family. I had a mother and father. A mother and father. This was my family here. Yeah. This was my family. My dad raised us. My dad raised us right. Fathers are important. This was a black family here. And then I got another one. Where's the other one? Man, it's so yo, dog, like I'm getting nostalgia. I'll get hit with nostalgia bombs as I'm looking at this and stuff. All right, let me find the other. I'm trying to find the let me see. I'm trying to find the other family stuff that was I got so many folders. Jesus. Okay, that was family. I'm trying to find if I can find that video, because I think that was a perfect representation too of a few things. Nice stuff. Registration. I'm glad you guys is sticking around here. So that's not it. Wait, I think I found it. Was it this? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. All right, so we have this. Let's go to this folder. So much. I got so much stuff, man. I got an archive full of history, man. I gotta compile. I wish I would have compiled this stuff, because I didn't know I was gonna go down this route. Trying to explain everything to you guys. So I wish I would have prepared everything the way it should have been prepared and everything. So no, that's not that. Let's go to my archives. Go to check my family stuff. There we go. Let me see. Was this it? No. What's that? Oh yeah, here we go. There's another one. You probably can't even see it. You can't even see it. You can't even see it. Hold up. Let me take that back. All right, grab this. And this is legacy here. Let me show you this. And right here, oops. This is my grandmother and my mom. My grandmom has twin. My grandma has a twin sister. This is my grandmom right here. This is my mom right here. And this is my grandmom's twin, and that's my daughter. She was only 3 months. She was 3 months old. We was at church that day or whatever. I came from a Baptist. I'm Baptist. I'm a Christian Baptist. Come from a church background. Yeah, they said, yeah, it sucks having to go through 20K pics. Yeah, on birthday would do a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, so this is my this is my mom's mom and my grandma's twin sister with my daughter, and so my grandmother has become a great grandmother. Right there. And we're about to get back to the tier list in a second. And I'm about to pull up the other picture. And here's my dad's dad. This is my grandfather. He just passed away. God bless his soul. This is my grandfather. He finally sees his great granddaughter for the first time and everything. We was at this church celebration, and that's me with my baby mom and my brothers and them in the back, and stuff like that. And there's my daughter right there. Yeah. So. Oh, thanks, man. And then, yeah, man, this is legacy, man. This is all legacy here. All legacy. But yeah, we'll continue more later. Let's get back to the tier list again. I know we went off. I know we went off track. Oh yeah, I remember this picture right here. And there's a funny picture with my daughter, with me, and that's my baby mom, and that's my daughter, or whatever. And the funny part was the thing about being a parent. The thing about being a parent or whatever, or is thinking about, especially when you're a new parent, is thinking about how, like, when you find out your woman is pregnant and you have to be a parent and stuff. The thing that like I used to think about, is like, man, what would my child look like? Cause I'm trying to put my face and her face together, and it was just like, it was just killing me. Like yo, like I can't wait to see what my child looks like. But yeah. This is a little collage I made a long time ago, where we're like, me and her, we made this. But yeah, man. He said, "Damn dude." He said, "Oh, on the eyes." I know, Leon. I know. But yeah, so we'll get back to the tier list now, and then we'll go back again and talk about other stuff. But we get back to the tier list. Let's get back to the tier list and everything. We got sidetracked. Let's see what time it is. Oh shit, it's 11:14. God damn. One second, my artist hit me up for the comic. All right, we definitely want to continue this stream, so we're gonna do a little bit. We're gonna do a couple more games, and then we're gonna pick up again, because I didn't know it was this late. Yo, you guys was about to get me to talk until 3 in the morning, like last time. Remember the last stream that we did? I talked for like 9 fucking hours. I paid for it. I didn't even eat dinner yet. I woke up the next day and paid for it. But I love talking to you guys. I was saying, this got you all the way through work. Can you talk about Resident Evil Remake? Oh, we can do that. Well, the Resident Evil Remake represents both the PS1 and the remake itself. So yeah, definitely a must play. The reason why I love Resident Evil 1 so much, and even the remake, you gotta understand, man. Resident Evil 1, like, innovated the survival horror genre for gaming. It wasn't the first survival horror, because there was a game called Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark was on the 3DO. I own the 3DO console. Alone in the Dark was the first Resident Evil game. And you know, there's a new Alone in the Dark that's coming out. That's out. Alone in the Dark, the 3DO game console. I have the 3DO game console. To show you what Alone in the Dark is. To show you what the 3DO looks like, the game looks like.
This is the
right after this, Resident Evil came to be, because this was my Resident Evil early on, Alone in the Dark, and the 3DO. If you guys don't know, EA used to have a console of itself. It was the 3DO. EA used to have a console. Electronic Arts used to have a console. It was the 3DO. I owned the console. And that was an expensive console. That console was $700. And my dad, like I told you, my dad is a contractor. He's a carpenter. Now, what happened was, my dad was going to buy the console, but what happened was he did a contract for a family. He was doing their kitchen. He was building their kitchen. So my dad was cool with them. So my dad said, "Yo, I don't even want no money. Just give me the no. Dad said, just give me half, and then the other half, give me the 3DO. So they paid my dad, and then they also bought him the 3DO. That was his payment. That's what he wanted. Like I told you, my dad was a gamer. So that's what the family did. They gave my dad the half the payment, and then the other half of the payment was the 3DO console. And that console was $700. So this is Alone in the Dark, and Alone in the Dark was one of the games that my dad had got. Yeah, the Panasonic. It's the Panasonic 3DO. Yeah. Yeah, Neo Geo was expensive. But here we go. Here's Alone in the Dark. You was able to pick a male or a female, just like how you pick Chris in Jill. This was the same way. You was able to pick this man, or you was able to pick a chick. So this is the game. This was on the 3DO, and 3DO was a 32-bit console. This came out before PlayStation came out. This console and it came with demos. It's able to play DVDs too. It was able to play movies. This console was before its time, but the console was ass. This console was ass. And Road Rash. I had Road Rash. We had Alone in the Dark. I still got my 3DO games in the console itself. So yeah, this was a survival horror game. This was Resident Evil back then, before Resident Evil was a thing. And I remember I used to be so scared. I used to be in the man cave with my dad. I used to be in my dad's man cave or whatever. And used to sit down, hit the lights off, and I just sit down and watch my dad play this. And this was so scary. I used to be scared to go to bed. And the controls was horrible. The controls was fucking horrible. Oh, you mean the TurboGrafx? Yeah, I got the TurboGrafx. I got that too. Bro, we were gamers. I got the TurboGrafx. I got the Atari Jaguar. I got the 3DO. I got the Atari. Oh, was it the 2200 or 2600? Whatever. I can't remember the numbers. Got the Odyssey. Got the Intellivision. Got it all. We got it all, bro. We got the Atari Lynx, which was one of the best handhelds, especially back in the day. That was before its time. The only thing we didn't have was the Sega CD. The Sega CD, we just didn't like it. Yeah, look, bro. Look how slow this shit is. This shit was fucking slow. This was the game. This was the game. And this was revolutionary back then. Look at this. This game, the controls, it had tank controls and everything. This shit was horrible. But this game was so epic back then, though. But now you look at it, dude, this game did not age well at all. It did not age well. Oh yeah, I remember that too. And then the scary part was, so you had to lay these traps down. If you didn't do this, then this would happen. So you get the book. Did it even show it? Where's the dog? The dog didn't show up. What the hell? Oh, here we go. Yes. And you was able to fight. You was able to fight with your fist. And this game had zombies. And this was so scary as a kid. The controls was so horrible. This was the game, bros. But yeah, so back to Resident Evil. So we can't fully give Resident Evil full credit because this game came first. This pioneered everything. But Resident Evil had stepped things up a notch. And this was the time where the opening of Resident Evil 1 on PS1 pretty much created this sense like, now this must be the future, because now we're merging together movies and video games in a sense. Because when Resident Evil 1 first opened up, it opens up like with a live action movie type of set piece. And it introduces to the Resident Evil characters Chris, Jill, Wesker, Barry Burton, Rebecca Chambers. And still to this day, the live action actors to me are still the authentic canon. I consider them the canon versions, the real versions of these characters, the live action ones. And Jill, besides Chun-Li, Jill was my ultimate video game female character crush. I was in love with Jill Valentine, the live action actress. Oh my god, I was so in love with her. Let me see. as a kid, I was so in love with Jill Valentine. I was so in love with her as a kid. There's Chris. There's Rebecca. These will always forever be the real Chris Redfield and Rebecca and everything.
You did a really good job. This case was just too weird.
And there she is, Jill Valentine's and Barry Burton.
Yeah. My wife and kids, they always wait up.
Now, this is the thing with Jill that got me. Where is it at?
Eldest daughter. I'm sorry.
There you go. Is this the one?
Don't worry about that. I know you must still be alive.
Oh, here we go. Right here. When she takes her head off and all that hair flow. When I was young, I was in love. I was in love when I saw this when I was a kid. I was in love. Fun fact, my first Resident Evil game I played was Code Veronica. Damn, yeah, you was late to the party with that. Yeah, Jill Valentine was one of my biggest crush. And this is before Tifa, this is before Aerith, and all that. But Jill Valentine was my biggest crush. But anyway, Resident Evil was one of my favorite games, especially the first game. I used to replay that game over and over and over again. And the thing was, as time went along, they released Resident Evil 2, then Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil Code Veronica, and it got to the point where Resident Evil 1 was so dated, I didn't want to go back and play it. And I started going through these urges to play the original. This is before the remake came out. And then, when the Nintendo DS came out, and they made an announcement that Resident Evil 1 was coming out for the Nintendo DS, I went ballistic. I said, no, I gotta get this. So I bought Resident Evil 1 for the DS and replayed that game. And it was actually one, like the fact was they was able to take the actual PS1 game and put it on the DS, and there was no setbacks. It wasn't neutered. It wasn't anything. It was the actual game, and I loved every bit of it. And then time has passed. GameCube came out. And I remember opening up Game Informer magazine. And I remember on the front cover of the Game Informer, it says Resident Evil 1 is being remade. And when I saw the visuals, I said, no way. No, they're not remaking this. And then it's exclusive to Nintendo GameCube. That's what also seemed weird. I said, this is only for GameCube. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe it. So I'm reading the magazine. I said, there's no way this is Resident Evil 1. This game looks too damn realistic. This game looks too damn good. And then they finally introduced the new Jill Valentine character model. And I was sold. And then my boy Chris Redfield, I was sold. And then it finally released. And I got it my dad got it for GameCube, and I got it for my GameCube. And I remember booting it up, man. And I'm going back in time to when I was younger, playing the PS1, and now I'm seeing it fully realized in current gen technology of that time. And I say, yo, like, I remember everything, and seeing how beautiful the Spencer Mansion looked, seeing everything play out the way it's supposed to play out. While at the same time, they added in new zombies. That one zombie, that red, fleshy looking zombie that runs real fast at you, and then that woman that's locked in the basement. They added that. They didn't change anything. They were just adding shit to the game to make the game even better. That is the definitive experience. That's the definitive way to play Resident Evil 1. You no longer have to go back and play Resident Evil 1 for the PS1 unless you're speedrunning the game, if you're into the speedrunning community. But there's no reason to play that. Resident Evil 1 Remake is the definitive way to play Resident Evil 1. That's the definitive way. You can't say the same thing, which I said at the beginning of the stream. You can't say the same thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's not the definitive way to play Final Fantasy VII Remake, because it's a completely different game. So that's why you will always have the OG Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's not the definitive experience. There is a completely different game. So when I say remakes, I always point to Resident Evil 1 Remake as the foundation in how to do a true remake. But yeah, that's that. What's up, Unlimited Blade? Is that Crimson here and Lisa Trevor? Yep. Yeah, man. So let's see. We going to do next. We'll do Let's try. We'll do Sonic Adventure 1. Sonic Adventure 1, man. You have to understand what Sonic Adventure 1 means to me, because I know a lot of you guys are new to my channel and don't know too much about me and my life and stuff like that. I always say this, and this will never change. Sega Dreamcast was my favorite console of all time, hands down. Sega Dreamcast was also represent the best Christmas. I always had great Christmases, but the Sega Dreamcast, it also represented the best Christmas I've ever had. The best Christmas I ever had. Growing up as a preteen, because when Dreamcast came out, I was in 7th grade, about to go on 8th grade when the Dreamcast came out. Now, the reason why I say it's the best Christmas is because, to me, in my personal opinion, Dreamcast had the best launch lineup. And I believe, in my personal opinion, if Dreamcast released the same year or the same month as the PS2, I think Dreamcast would still have been around. Especially if they would have waited and seen the announcement of the PS2, they would have went back to the drawing board and added a DVD player to the Dreamcast. I think we would have had a different landscape. And I think the Dreamcast would have blown out the PS2 with the lineup it had. PS2 lineup, you would have to be a serious PS2 fanboy to say that PS2 had a great launch. PS2 launch window, launch year was complete ass. I was still playing more PS1 games on my PS2, and the wait period between PS2 games was fucking ridiculous. PS2 didn't pick up until Grand Theft Auto 3 and Final Fantasy X came out. That's when PS2 started picking up. But PS2 launch was ass. Dreamcast launch, let me tell you what the Dreamcast launch was. Let me tell you what the Dreamcast launch, and this is what I had for Christmas. The Dreamcast launch, and what I had for Christmas, which I said is the best Christmas for me. On Christmas, I not only got a Dreamcast, I got a Dreamcast arcade stick, I got a VMU memory card, I got a third-party Dreamcast controller, I got Marvel vs. Capcom 1, I got Ready to Rumble, I got Sonic Adventure 1, I got Power Stone, and I got Soul Calibur, and I had got NBA 2K, and Blue Stinger. And did I mention Power Stone, right? If I didn't mention Power Stone, also Power Stone. That Christmas was OP as fuck. That Christmas was OP as shit. That was the best Christmas. The best Christmas I ever had. My dad spent on me alone about $1,200 to $1,400 on me alone. Still not counting my other siblings, my sister and my baby brother and Keo. Alone, my dad spent almost about $1,200 to $1,400 on me alone. Yeah. That was a banger lineup. You can't tell me that PS2 was fucking with that. You cannot tell me PS2 was fucking with that lineup. You can't tell me that. And then Dreamcast had the best sports, and I wasn't into sports. But the NBA 2K, and at the time, the NFL 2K and virtual tennis, they felt like arcade. They were like arcade-like sports games. So I had fun with the NBA 2K at the time, and the NFL 2K, in the NFL 2. I wasn't good at it, but I had cousins who were into it. That's why I wanted the game, because I had cousins who wanted to play it, but I end up liking playing it. You couldn't stop the Sega Sports. You couldn't fuck with it. You couldn't. If Dreamcast would have came out with that, would have came out the same time PS2 came out, PS2 launch was not fucking with Dreamcast launch. It was not. People gonna argue with me tooth and nail. They was not fucking with that. I still remember them. Yeah, Dreamcast River Sports. Yeah. That was my Christmas, guys. That was my Christmas. I was playing Power Stone, Soul Calibur, Marvel vs. Capcom, Sonic Adventure, Blue Stanger, Ready to Rumble, and I was playing NBA 2K and NFL 2K that Christmas. That was my Christmas. That was my Christmas lineup. Favorite. And when the first thing that I popped in was Sonic Adventure 1. And my mind was fucking blown. When I popped that in, and I love when you turn on the Dreamcast, that sound is so soothing. When the splash screen come on, and it makes a swirl and stuff like that. It feels like you're in a dream world. But man, I remember popping that in, man. We're going to look at the Sonic Adventure opening real quick. Imagine 7th grade me playing this right now. Playing Dreamcast. Because you got to remember, PS2 wasn't out yet. All you had was the Nintendo 64 and the PS1. That's all you had at this time, at this point. And then you get introduced to graphics like this. When I popped in the Dreamcast and when I popped in Sonic Adventure 1 and I saw this, I said, this is not Sonic. This can't be Sonic. I see cities and buildings. What is this? This is 7th grade me. Then I see people walking around and I see I'm like, what is this? This can't be Sonic. Is this the right game? Did they make a mistake when my dad bought the game? This can't be Sonic. I'm still confused. 7th grade me is still confused. I'm like, what the hell am I looking at? I'm not upset. I'm just confused. I said, this can't be a, I grew up playing Sonic on Sega Genesis. I'm like, what is this? And then Sonic Adventure comes on. Now, of course, hell with the DX part. But Sonic Adventure comes up. Right? And I'm like, okay. I'm hearing the music. I'm like, yo, I'm hyped. My adrenaline is pumping. I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, yo. And my dad's sitting with me. He's getting pumped. I'm sitting there, me and dad looking. I'm like, and then I'm like, yo, what is this? And I'm like, I'm still confused. And then this part, you see Sonic. I'm like, yo, I'm hyperventilating. I'm seeing Sonic. I'm like, oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? And what's going on? What's going on? And then Open Your Heart comes on. And it's the first time, Crush 40. I'm like, I see Tails. I'm like, Tails. I'm like, I'm going crazy. I'm grabbing on my dad and everything. I'm like, I'm going, and I see Amy. I'm like, Amy. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? Yo, I'm going crazy. I'm like, who's this character? I'm like, a robot. I said, Knuckles. I'm like, Big Stick. I'm like, who is this character? Then I see Eggman. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what? I'm like, yo, why is this so fucking epic? Dude, like, you don't understand what I was experiencing right here. 7th grade me is going crazy. Yup. Bro, this drove me wild growing up. And then I'm playing the game and I'm hearing Sonic talk for the first time. And I'm feeling the speed as I'm running on Emerald Coast at the beach, the Emerald Beach level, the first stage, and you have to go rescue Tails. And I'm holding the Dreamcast controller for the first time, and I'm using the analog stick, and I'm running through the beach, and you see this giant whale chase after you, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? I said, yo, I can't believe it. I'm playing Sonic. I'm playing Sonic in a whole new different way in 3D. Sega finally pulled it off because Sega Saturn has skipped out on Sonic. We didn't get a true 3D Sonic game. Mario was dominating the 3D mascot space. Crash Bandicoot was dominating the space as far as 3D mascot platformers. Sonic was nowhere to be found. Sega was confused. They didn't know how to work Sonic in the 3D space. We finally got a Sonic game that worked in a 3D space, Sonic Adventure 1. You don't understand what they had done to me growing up. Yep. This was like, this was something, man. This was definitely something. But this is gonna be it for now. We're gonna come back and we're gonna continue this. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. We're gonna pick up where we left off. So tomorrow it won't be a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth hard mode stream tomorrow. Instead, we're gonna continue where we left off with this. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow. We're gonna pick up, and you know, you'll get more backstory of who Mugen Lord is and everything as well to go along with this. But this will pretty much wrap this up. We will continue the rest of this tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and everything. I had a good time with you guys. I appreciate the super chats. For some strange reason, the super chats was not popping up on my screen. I don't know why. I gotta check I check the stream labs and the stream labels. It always does it. So for those of you who did send the super chats, I wasn't ignoring the super chats or anything. When I look in the chat, it said that super chat was sent, but for some reason it was not popping up on screen. So I still want to thank you guys for doing that as well. I really appreciate it. Excuse me 1 second. So tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time, we'll do this again and everything. This was really fun, so I hope you guys have a good night. I gotta eat some dinner. I did not know it was this late, so I'll see you Game Fiends later.